Have you ever stood beside a tree and wondered what it is doing? Probably not. Most of us walk past trees every day without giving them much thought. They seem so familiar, so ordinary, so still. A tree planted beside a road today will probably be standing in exactly the same place tomorrow, next year, perhaps even 100 years from now. And because they move so slowly, it's easy to believe that very little is happening at all. But right now, inside the tree nearest to you, water is climbing upward, cells are dividing, chemical messages are traveling from root to leaf, millions of microscopic structures are opening and closing, energy from sunlight is being transformed into food, and deep beneath the ground, the roots are connected to a hidden world few people ever see. A world of fungi, microbes, signals, and ancient partnerships that have existed for hundreds of millions of years. In many ways, a tree is less like a piece of wood and more like a quiet city, a living structure made from countless systems working together, always growing, always adapting, always responding to the world around it. Some trees alive today were already standing before the first automobiles appeared. Some were alive before entire nations existed. A few were already old when the Roman Empire was still young. They have survived droughts, lightning strikes, wildfires, storms, and generations of human lives passing beneath their branches. Yet, despite their importance, most of their lives remain invisible to us. Tonight, we're going to slow down. We'll follow the life of a tree from its very beginning, from a tiny seed hidden beneath the soil, to one of the tallest living structures on Earth. We'll explore how trees drink without mouths, breathe without lungs, communicate without voices, and build forests that quietly shape the entire planet. Because once you understand what is happening inside a tree, you may never look at one the same way again. Long before a tree becomes something you can recognize, it begins in a form so small that it is easy to overlook completely. A seed, resting quietly beneath soil, inside fallen leaves, or sometimes carried by wind until it settles into a place where conditions might, one day, allow it to change. At first, nothing about it suggests what it will become. It has no height, no branches, no presence that would make it stand out in a landscape. It is simply potential, held in a compact structure designed for waiting rather than action. And that waiting is not passive in the way we usually think of stillness. Inside the seed, life is not absent. It is suspended, maintained in a controlled state where activity is reduced to a minimum, but not eliminated. Everything required for growth is already there, but it is not yet allowed to begin, because timing matters more than speed. Seeds do not respond to urgency. They respond to conditions: moisture in the soil, temperature stability, enough oxygen in the surrounding environment. Sometimes even light exposure plays a role, depending on the species. Only when these factors align does the process begin. And when it does not begin all at once. It begins gradually, almost quietly. Water slowly enters the outer layers, not as a flood, but as a steady absorption. This alone is enough to start changing everything inside. Cells that have remained inactive for long periods begin to reawaken,
Chemical pathways that were paused resumed their function. Stored energy, carefully preserved within the seed's structure, begins to be used, not wasted, not released all at once, but distributed in a controlled sequence that supports the first stages of growth. The first visible change does not move upward, it moves downward. A root emerges. This direction is not accidental. It is fundamental to how plants establish themselves. Before seeking light, they secure access to what sustains them: stability, water, minerals, the foundation of continued existence. The root pushes into soil that is not uniform. It encounters resistance, variation, and hidden pockets of moisture. It does not search in the way animals search. It responds. Growth is shaped by what is available, not by intention. As it extends, it begins to branch into smaller structures, increasing surface area. Tiny extensions form along its length, allowing more contact with the surrounding environment. Through these points, water and dissolved minerals begin to enter the plant system. Not rapidly, but continuously. A slow intake that supports everything that follows.
While this happens below the surface, something else begins above it. A shoot begins to form in the opposite direction. Upward movement is not yet visible to the outside world at first. It begins within the seed itself, guided by internal biological orientation. Light is not seen yet, but its direction is already being followed. Growth responds to gradients that exist even before exposure, and eventually the shoot breaks through the soil. This moment is not dramatic in nature. There is no sudden transformation, no visible announcement. But from a biological perspective, it is a threshold, a transition from hidden development to direct interaction with the environment. Above ground, conditions are entirely different compared to the soil. Light intensity increases dramatically compared to the soil. Air replaces the constant resistance of Earth. Temperature fluctuations become more immediate. Wind introduces movement that did not exist before. The young plant is now exposed to variability on a much larger scale. And yet, it continues, because at this stage, stopping is not an option. The first leaves begin to form. They are not yet efficient, not yet stable, but they are functional enough to begin a process that will define the entire life of the tree. Photosynthesis, the conversion of light energy into chemical energy stored within organic molecules. This process does not simply support the plant, it constructs it. Every future structure depends on it. Every new layer of growth is made possible by it. At this stage, growth is slow, almost imperceptible from the outside, but internally it is continuous. Cells divide, structures expand, internal systems become more complex. What was once a simple seed begins to develop layered organization. Different regions begin to specialize in different functions. Some areas focus on transport, others on storage, others on structural support. And beneath all of this, the root system continues expanding into the soil, not evenly, not symmetrically, but according to opportunity. Where water is present, where nutrients are available, where resistance is lower. The plant does not impose structure on the environment, it adapts to it.
Over time, this process builds something that is no longer fragile in the same way it once was. It is still vulnerable, but it is no longer dependent on a single moment of survival. It has established continuity, a system that can sustain itself through change. And as this continues, something subtle begins to emerge, the beginning of structure that will eventually support height, not just growth, but upward extension over long periods of time. A living system that will continue to build itself layer by layer, without pause, without awareness, without ever needing to understand what it is becoming. As the seedling continues to establish itself in the soil and light, something fundamental begins to shift in its structure. It is no longer only a fragile organism reacting to its surroundings. It is becoming organized growth, a pattern that will define everything that follows. Upward movement becomes more consistent now, not fast, not dramatic, but steady enough to begin forming a visible stem. This stem is not simply a support structure, it is a transport system, a central pathway through which water, minerals, and energy will move for the rest of the plant's life. At this stage, the structure is still soft, flexible, capable of bending with wind, adjusting to pressure, and correcting its orientation based on light direction. Light plays a crucial role here. Even without awareness, the young plant responds to it with precision. Cells on the shaded side of the stem begin to elongate slightly more than those on the exposed side. This uneven growth causes a gradual bending toward the light source. It is not a decision, it is a response built into biology over millions of years of evolution. As days pass, this upward growth becomes more defined. The stem thickens slightly, not at once, but through repeated cycles of cell division. Each new layer adds stability. Each increment improves the plant's ability to stand against external forces. Wind becomes one of the first major challenges. Even a gentle breeze introduces mechanical stress. The young structure responds by strengthening areas under repeated pressure. Growth in plants is not random expansion, it is adaptive reinforcement. Areas that experience more movement become structurally stronger over time. This is why trees exposed to constant wind often develop thicker, more resilient trunks on the side facing prevailing forces.
Below the surface, the root system is also undergoing transformation. It is no longer just a single primary root. It is beginning to branch into a network. Each new extension increases access to resources, but more importantly, it increases stability. Anchoring becomes just as important as absorption. Soil is not uniform. It contains pockets of moisture, dry zones, compacted areas, and spaces filled with organic material. The root system navigates this environment not by choice, but through response to gradients. Where water is more abundant, growth slows slightly as absorption increases. Where nutrients are concentrated, branching becomes more active. Where conditions are harsh, growth redirects elsewhere. At the same time, the plant begins to form internal transport pathways. These are not visible from the outside, but they are essential. Specialized tissues develop that allow water to move upward from the roots to the growing shoots. This movement does not rely on a central pump.
Instead, it depends on physical properties of water and continuous evaporation from the surface of leaves. As water leaves the plant through microscopic openings, a pull is created from above. This pull draws more water upward from below. It is a continuous chain of movement, connecting root to leaf in a single system. As the plant grows taller, this system becomes more important. Distance increases, resistance increases, demand increases, and yet the flow continues, not because it is forced, but because the system is self-sustaining. Loss at the top drives movement from below. Evaporation becomes part of structure, not just environment. Above ground, leaves continue to expand. Each leaf represents a new interface between the plant and the atmosphere, a point where sunlight, air, and internal biology meet. Inside each leaf, microscopic structures organize light absorption and gas exchange. Carbon dioxide enters through tiny pores. Oxygen exits as a byproduct. Water also leaves, continuing the cycle that drives upward flow. This balance is delicate. Too much water loss can stress the system. Too little movement can slow growth. The plant continuously adjusts, opening and closing microscopic pores depending on temperature, humidity, and light intensity. These adjustments are not conscious. They are regulatory responses shaped by environmental feedback. Over time, this growing structure begins to resemble something larger than a simple seedling. It starts forming vertical intention, not in the sense of desire, but in physical pattern. Growth is consistently biased upward because that is where light is most available. Side branches may form, but the dominant trajectory remains vertical. And beneath this visible structure, something even more important is developing: the early architecture of wood formation. Cells begin to specialize into structural roles. Some become elongated for transport, others become reinforced for support. Over time, these layers will harden and accumulate, forming the beginning of what will eventually become a trunk. At this point, the plant is no longer just surviving, it is building. Each day adds microscopic layers that are not immediately visible, but permanently recorded. Growth becomes cumulative. What is added does not disappear. It remains, becoming part of structure. And although it still appears small in comparison to the environment around it, the system it is developing is already remarkably complex. It connects soil to sky, light to chemistry, water to structure, all through processes that operate continuously, without interruption, without pause. And this is where the idea of a living tower begins to take shape, not as something imagined, but as something physically forming, layer by layer, response by response, interaction by interaction. A structure that will continue rising long before this early stage is forgotten by anything that could observe it from the outside. Beneath the surface, where light no longer reaches and temperature changes more slowly, the tree is already part of a second world, one that is just as active as the one above, but far less visible. The roots do not grow alone here. They extend into a living matrix of soil that is constantly shifting in small, almost unnoticeable ways. Particles of mineral, organic matter, water, and air form a structure that is never fully static. And within this structure, life exists in layers. Not only the tree's own roots, but countless other organisms that share the same space. Fungi, bacteria, microscopic life forms that break down what once was and prepare what will become. Nothing here exists in isolation. Everything is connected through proximity, exchange, and time. As the root system expands, it encounters not just physical resistance, it encounters interaction. Some of these interactions are neutral. The root passes through soil without significant change. In other regions, conditions are favorable and growth accelerates slightly. But in certain regions, something more complex begins to happen. Fungal structures begin to attach themselves to the outer surface of the roots, not as parasites, not as separate entities competing for dominance, but as partners shaped by long biological history.
These fungal networks extend far beyond what the roots could reach alone. Thread-like structures spread through the soil in all directions, forming an underground web. Through this web, resources move. Water, minerals, and organic compounds are exchanged between different organisms. What appears to be soil is actually a shared environment of communication and transfer. The tree does not control this system. It participates in it. In some cases, nutrients absorbed by fungi from distant parts of the soil become accessible to the tree. In return, the tree provides energy-rich compounds produced in its leaves. This exchange is not intentional in a conscious sense. It is the result of compatibility between biological systems that evolved together over long periods of time, a form of cooperation built into structure rather than decision. As the root network grows deeper, it begins to influence its surroundings. Soil composition shifts slightly where roots are dense. Moisture patterns change as water is absorbed. Microbial activity increases in areas where organic material accumulates around root surfaces. The tree is not only adapting to the environment, it is gradually modifying it. Above this underground system, the visible part of the tree continues to grow. But the true scale of the organism is no longer what can be seen above ground. A significant portion of its structure exists beneath the surface, spread out, interwoven, hidden. The tree is not a single vertical object. It is a volume, a three-dimensional system extending in multiple directions at once. Within this system, information also begins to move. Not in the form of language or signals as animals use them, but in chemical gradients, changes in concentration that spread slowly through soil and tissue. When one part of the system is under stress, nearby organisms can respond indirectly through these changes. If a section of root is damaged or under attack, chemical shifts can alter growth patterns in nearby areas. Not as communication in a deliberate sense, but as a shared response to shared conditions. Over time, this underground network becomes more stable. Connections are reinforced where conditions are consistently favorable. Weaker pathways fade where resources are scarce. The structure reorganizes itself continuously based on use and environment. Nothing here is fixed. Everything is adaptive. And as this complexity increases below ground, the above-ground structure begins to reflect it. Height becomes possible because stability is distributed underground. The visible tree depends entirely on the invisible system beneath it. This is not a relationship of parts. It is a single system expressed in two environments, one above light, one below it, both operating continuously, both shaping each other.
And as the root network continues to expand, something else begins to emerge in the soil around it. Not isolation, not separation, but continuity between organisms that share the same space, resources, and constraints. A shared living environment that extends far beyond a single tree. This is where the idea of a forest begins to form, not as a collection of individual plants, but as an interconnected system that operates through exchange, adaptation, and time. Water enters the system quietly. It does not arrive with force or speed that can be felt directly. It moves because conditions allow it to move. From the soil, through the outer layers of the root, it begins a journey upward that will define the entire structure of the tree. At this stage, the path is narrow, not in a physical sense alone, but in capacity. Only small amounts can pass at a time, and only under the right internal balance. But once movement begins, it rarely stops, because the above system continuously creates demand. The roots absorb water where it is available. Soil moisture is not evenly distributed. It exists in pockets, gradients, and temporary reservoirs created by rainfall, evaporation, and underground flow. The root system responds to these variations constantly. In wetter regions, absorption increases. In drier regions, growth slows and redirects. This uneven environment forces adaptation at every level of structure. Once water enters the root, it moves into specialized transport tissues. These structures are not visible to the naked eye, but they form continuous pathways extending upward throughout the plant, a network of microscopic channels aligned in long vertical columns. Through these channels, water begins to rise, not because it is pushed from below, but because it is pulled from above. At the top of the system, leaves are constantly interacting with the atmosphere. Microscopic openings on their surfaces allow gases to move in and out. Carbon dioxide enters, oxygen exits, and water leaves the system as vapor. This loss is not accidental, it is essential, because it creates a continuous pull that draws water upward from the roots.
The process begins with evaporation from the leaf surface. As water molecules escape into the air, they create a reduction in pressure within the internal structure of the leaf. This reduction is transmitted downward through the continuous column of water inside the plant. Each molecule of water is connected to the next through cohesive forces. So when one moves, others follow, not individually, but as a continuous chain. This creates a system where movement at the top controls flow from the bottom, a reversal of what is commonly expected. There is no central pump, no mechanical engine. Instead, the entire structure operates through physical properties of water combined with environmental conditions. Temperature, humidity, and sunlight all influence the rate of movement. As the day warms, evaporation increases. More water leaves the leaves. More pull is generated. The flow from roots intensifies. At night, when temperatures drop and evaporation slows, movement decreases, but does not stop entirely. The system adjusts continuously to external conditions. Inside the transport channels, water carries more than itself. Dissolved minerals absorbed from the soil travel upward with it. Calcium, potassium, magnesium, and other elements essential for growth are distributed throughout the tree. These substances are not stored in one location, they are circulated,
delivered where needed based on growth and activity. As the water reaches higher into the structure, it enters regions of active growth, expanding leaves, forming branches, developing tissues that require constant input to maintain development. Here, water is not just support, it is construction material, a medium through which structure becomes possible. The height of some trees creates an additional challenge. In very tall species, water must travel tens of meters upward against gravity. Yet the system continues to function without interruption because the forces involved are continuous and balanced. Loss at the top ensures movement from below. As long as the cycle remains intact, flow persists. Inside the trunk, this movement is invisible. There is no visible current, no audible sound, only continuous transport occurring at a microscopic level. Millions of tiny pathways operating simultaneously, forming a unified system. Over time, this system becomes more efficient. Channels that are frequently used remain active, others become less dominant. The internal structure of the tree reflects its environmental history. Wet seasons, dry seasons, periods of rapid growth and slower adaptation, all recorded not in memory but in structure. And as water continues to rise, it supports everything above it. Leaves maintain function, branches remain active, new growth becomes possible. The entire upper structure depends on this invisible upward movement. It is a cycle without beginning or end in practical terms, a continuous exchange between soil, structure, and atmosphere. And it is this system that allows a tree to reach heights that seem almost impossible for a living organism. A quiet flow, constant, unseen, essential. Once water reaches the leaves, its role changes again. It is no longer simply a transport medium moving upward through structure. It becomes part of a chemical process that defines nearly all life on Earth. Inside each leaf there are layers of tissue organized with a precision that is easy to overlook. Thin surfaces designed to capture light, internal spaces where gases can move freely, microscopic structures that control exchange between the inside of the leaf and atmosphere outside. Everything is arranged to maximize interaction with sunlight and air. Sunlight arrives continuously during the day. It does not stay. It is absorbed, transformed, and used immediately within chemical reactions that take place inside specialized cells. At the center of this process are structures that contain chlorophyll, a pigment that captures light energy and converts it into usable chemical form. This energy is not stored as light itself. It is converted into bonds between molecules. Carbon dioxide enters the leaf through small openings on its surface. At the same time, water delivered from the roots is present within the internal system of the leaf. These two components meet under the influence of light energy, and through a series of reactions, they are transformed into sugars, organic molecules that the plant uses for growth, repair, and structure. This process does not happen in a single location. It occurs across millions of tiny structures within each leaf, each one operating continuously as long as light is available and conditions remain stable. The scale is microscopic, but the cumulative effect is enormous. Every leaf contributes to the overall energy system of the tree, and every tree contributes to the energy system of the planet. Oxygen is released as a byproduct of these reactions. It exits the leaf and enters the atmosphere. This exchange is constant during daylight hours, a continuous cycle of intake and release that connects the tree directly to the air around it. The sugars produced inside the leaf do not remain there. They are transported to other parts of the tree, to growing branches, to developing roots, to areas where new cells are being formed. This movement is what allows the tree to expand over time, not just in height, but in complexity.
Growth is not random accumulation. It is directed distribution of energy. Where conditions are favorable, more resources are allocated. Where damage exists, repair processes receive priority. The system is constantly adjusting based on internal and external signals. Light plays a central role in shaping structure. Branches that receive more sunlight tend to develop more leaves. Shaded areas grow more slowly or redirect resources elsewhere. Over time, this creates an architecture shaped by exposure. The tree is not only reacting to light, it is forming itself around it. Inside the leaf, conditions are tightly regulated. Water levels must remain balanced. Gas exchange must continue without disruption. Temperature must stay within a functional range. Small changes in environment can affect the efficiency of the entire system. As the day progresses, these processes continue without interruption. Even when conditions change slightly, the system adapts. Stomata open and close depending on humidity and temperature. Water flow adjusts based on demand. Energy production scales with available light. At night, when sunlight disappears, the process does not simply stop, it shifts. Energy is redistributed. Stored compounds are used to maintain essential functions. Growth slows, but maintenance continues. The system remains active even in darkness. What emerges from this continuous cycle is not just survival, it is sustained construction, a structure that builds itself using energy derived directly from the environment. Light becomes mass, air becomes structure, water becomes transport and material. And all of this is happening inside something that appears still from the outside, a surface that does not move in any obvious way. But internally, it is one of the most active systems in nature. The leaf is not just a part of the tree. It is the point where the tree interacts directly with the world above ground, a place where sunlight, air, and water meet to sustain everything below it. Communication in trees does not resemble anything we usually associate with language. There are no sounds that travel through air, no visible gestures, no signals that can be easily separated from the environment. Instead, information moves through chemistry, through changes in concentration, composition, and timing, subtle shifts that other living systems can detect and respond to. When a tree experiences stress, the response is not isolated. It spreads internally first. Within minutes, chemical signals begin moving through the vascular system.
These signals are not messages in the human sense. They are indicators of condition, damage, pressure, disruption, or threat. One of the most common sources of stress comes from insects feeding on leaves. When this happens, the affected area does not remain passive. Chemical compounds begin to change in composition. Some of these compounds serve as direct defense mechanisms. Others act as internal alerts, traveling through the tree's structure. As these signals move, they influence other parts of the tree. Leaves that have not yet been affected begin to adjust their chemistry. In some cases, they alter their taste or composition in ways that make them less appealing to insects, not through conscious strategy, but through biochemical response triggered by internal signaling. At the same time, signals can also move into the environment beyond the tree itself. Volatile compounds are released into the air. These substances drift slowly through surrounding space. Other plants nearby can detect them, and in response, they begin preparing their own defensive adjustments. This creates a form of shared awareness across distance. Not centralized, not coordinated in the way animal groups might coordinate, but distributed. Each organism responding based on the information it receives from its surroundings. Below ground, communication takes another form. Through the soil, chemical gradients shift as nutrients are absorbed or released. Fungal networks that connect multiple plants can transmit changes in these gradients across distance. What happens in one root system can influence another, even if the two organisms are not directly connected physically. This creates a system where individual trees are not fully isolated. They exist within a shared informational environment, one where changes in one location can influence responses elsewhere. In some cases, when a tree is heavily damaged, surrounding trees adjust their own resource distribution, not out of intention, but as a response to shared environmental signals carried through soil and fungal connections. The system behaves less like individual units and more like a distributed network of interacting parts. Above ground, these interactions are invisible. A forest may appear still, silent, unchanging. But beneath that surface perception, constant adjustment is taking place. Chemical, structural, and biological responses flowing continuously through living systems. Even within a single tree, communication is not centralized. There is no single control point. Instead, every part of the system participates in regulation. Roots respond to soil conditions. Leaves respond to light and air. Branches respond to mechanical stress. Each region contributes to overall balance. This distributed regulation allows the tree to adapt without centralized decision-making. Changes happen locally, but their effects propagate through the entire structure. A shift in one area influences behavior elsewhere. Over time, this creates resilience, not because the tree avoids damage, but because it can respond to it at multiple levels simultaneously. Local adjustment, system-wide redistribution, continuous adaptation. And while this process is ongoing, it remains almost entirely invisible from the outside. There is no obvious indication that anything is being communicated at all. Only the results of those communications are visible over time. Growth patterns, survival responses, structural changes. What appears to be stillness is actually constant internal activity, a network of interactions operating below the threshold of perception. And within this network, the tree is never truly alone. It is always responding, always adjusting, always in conversation with its environment. When daylight fades, the tree does not shut down, it shifts. The most visible change is in the leaves, where light-driven processes slow as the sun disappears. But inside the structure, activity continues in a different form, not reduced in importance, only in intensity. Without sunlight, photosynthesis pauses. Carbon fixation stops. Oxygen release slows significantly. But the tree is still consuming energy, still maintaining structure, still supporting transport systems that run throughout its entire body. Water movement continues during the night, not at the same pace as during the day, but it does not stop. The internal system still depends on gradients created earlier and on the balance between evaporation and internal pressure. Even in darkness, the continuity of flow remains. Temperature changes after sunset also influence the tree. As air cools, evaporation decreases. This reduces the upward pull of water in the vascular system. Flow becomes steadier, less dynamic, but still present. The system adjusts automatically to these environmental shifts. Inside the leaves, stored compounds become more important during the night. Sugars produced during the day are redistributed. Some are used immediately for maintenance, others are stored for future growth. The tree does not rely only on current conditions, it relies on accumulated energy. Cellular repair processes become more active during the night. Structures that experienced stress during the day are stabilized. Minor damage is corrected. Membranes are reinforced. Proteins are rebuilt where necessary. This maintenance is continuous but more noticeable during periods of reduced external activity. Growth itself does not completely stop. In some species, a significant portion of structural expansion occurs at night. Cells elongate slowly, tissues adjust, internal pressure shifts slightly as new material is added. But this growth is subtle and distributed, not visible in a single moment. Below ground, the root system remains active. Soil conditions change more slowly than surface conditions, but they are never static. Water availability, microbial activity, and chemical gradients continue to shift. The roots respond accordingly, absorbing, adjusting, extending where conditions allow. In some cases, nighttime is when roots extend more effectively. With reduced competition for water from evaporation at the surface, moisture becomes more accessible in certain soil layers. This allows gradual expansion into new areas. Even fungal networks in the soil remain active. Nutrient exchange continues. Chemical signals still move between connected organisms. The underground system does not rely on light at all. It operates on a different rhythm entirely. Above ground, the tree appears still. Branches do not visibly move unless wind is present. Leaves rest in reduced motion. To an observer, it may seem like nothing is happening, but this perception is incomplete. Because stillness is the absence of visible movement, not the absence of function. Inside the structure, systems remain engaged. Water still flows, energy is still distributed, cells still maintain their internal balance. As the night deepens, temperature continues to drop slightly. This can further stabilize internal water movement and reduce stress on surface tissues. The tree operates in a lower intensity state, but not a dormant one. This balance between activity and conservation is essential. It allows the tree to maintain continuity across day-night cycles without interruption. There is no reset, only adjustment. By the time morning approaches again, the tree has already transitioned through multiple internal phases: repair, redistribution, maintenance, preparation, all occurring while the external world appeared unchanged. And when light returns, the system shifts once more. Photosynthesis resumes, evaporation increases, transport intensifies. The cycle continues. Seasons do not arrive suddenly for a tree. There is no clear boundary where one ends and another begins. Instead, change comes gradually through shifts in temperature, light duration, humidity, and soil conditions. The tree does not respond to the calendar, it responds to environment. As days slowly become longer, internal systems begin to adjust. Light availability increases, and with it, the potential for photosynthesis. Growth accelerates, not in a burst, but in a steady increase in activity that builds over time. Leaves become more active, water movement becomes more intense, energy production rises. In spring conditions, new growth begins to emerge. Buds that were formed earlier begin to open. Inside these buds, pre-formed structures expand into leaves and small branches. This process does not require the creation of everything from scratch. It is reactivation of prepared systems. As temperature stabilizes, the tree directs more resources towards expansion. New leaves increase the surface area available for light absorption. This directly enhances the tree's ability to produce energy. Growth and energy production reinforce each other in a continuous cycle.
During this period, water demand increases significantly. Leaves are more active, evaporation rises, and the transport system responds by increasing flow from the roots upward. The entire system becomes more dynamic. Below ground, root activity also increases. Warmer soil temperatures enhance biological activity. Microorganisms become more active. Nutrient availability shifts. Roots respond by extending into new areas where resources are accessible. As the season progresses into summer, the tree reaches a period of maximum activity. Growth is at its most stable and efficient state. Leaves are fully expanded. Energy production is at its peak. Internal transport systems operate at full capacity. But this period of abundance is not permanent. Subtle changes begin again as daylight slowly shortens. The first signs of transition appear long before they become obvious to an outside observer. Growth slows slightly. Energy allocation begins to shift. In some regions of the tree, structural reinforcement becomes more important than expansion. Resources are redirected towards strengthening existing tissues. This prepares the tree for changing environmental conditions. As autumn approaches, visible changes begin to appear in the leaves. Pigments shift as chlorophyll production decreases.
Green tones fade, revealing underlying colors that were always present but previously masked. This is not a sudden transformation, but a gradual reorganization of internal chemistry. During this period, the tree begins to withdraw valuable resources from its leaves. Nutrients are transported back into the trunk and roots. What remains in the leaves becomes structurally unnecessary and is eventually shed. Leaf drop is not a failure of the system. It is a controlled process, a reduction in surface area that minimizes energy loss during unfavorable conditions. Once leaves are shed, the tree enters a more conservative state. Water flow decreases, energy consumption is reduced, growth slows significantly, but internal processes do not stop. In winter conditions, the tree enters its lowest activity phase. Above ground, it appears almost completely still, but beneath the surface, essential functions continue. Cells maintain structure, roots remain responsive to soil conditions. Internal balance is preserved. Snow or frost may accumulate on branches, adding physical stress, but the structure is already adapted to withstand these conditions. Wood formed in previous seasons provides mechanical stability. Each ring within the trunk represents not only growth, but survival through past cycles. These rings are records of time. Each one reflects a season of conditions the tree experienced. Some are wide, indicating favorable growth. Some are narrow, indicating stress or limited resources. Together, they form a physical history of environmental change. And as winter slowly transitions back toward spring, the system begins again. Not as repetition, but as continuation. Each cycle builds upon the previous one. Each year becomes part of structure. The tree does not restart. It evolves through cycles, constantly adapting, constantly accumulating history within its form. Some trees do not simply live long. They outlast expectations of what a living organism should be capable of. Their existence is measured not in decades, but in centuries, and in some cases, in millennia. These ancient trees are not different in kind from younger ones. They follow the same biological principles. They grow, they respond, they adapt, but they do so on a different scale of time, a slower rhythm that makes their continuity possible. One of the reasons such long life is possible lies in how trees grow. They do not rely on a single central aging system in the way many animals do. Instead, they expand outward and upward in layers. New growth builds on old structure, but old structure remains functional for a very long time. Even when parts of a tree die, the organism as a whole can continue. A branch may fall, a section of trunk may hollow, but other parts remain active. The system redistributes function to living tissue. In some of the oldest trees, what remains above ground is only part of the organism. Large sections of living activity exist underground in root systems that continue to function and regenerate over long periods. In this sense, the visible structure is only one expression of a much larger living system. As centuries pass, environmental conditions change around these trees. Climate shifts, landscapes evolve, other organisms come and go, but the tree remains anchored in place, responding continuously to gradual change rather than sudden disruption. Some ancient trees have witnessed environments that no longer exist in the same form. They have grown through periods of stability and periods of extreme change, droughts that lasted years, storm cycles that reshaped surrounding forests, slow but persistent shifts in temperature and rainfall patterns. Inside their structure, these events are recorded, not as memories, but as physical differences in growth. Narrow rings formed during difficult years, wider rings formed during abundant conditions, each layer adding to a long, continuous record of environmental history.
In certain species, this record extends far beyond human historical timelines. Long before written records existed, these trees were already growing. Long before cities, technologies, or modern landscapes, they were already adapting to their environments. One of the most remarkable aspects of these long-lived trees is not just their age, but their stability. They maintain functional systems across vast spans of time without losing internal coherence. Water still moves. Nutrients are still distributed. Growth still occurs, even if slowly. This continuity depends on constant repair. Damage is not avoided, it is managed. Wind, fire, insects, and decay all leave their marks, but the tree responds by isolating, reinforcing, or redirecting growth around affected areas. In some cases, parts of the tree become entirely hollow, while outer layers continue to function normally. The living system shifts outward, maintaining function even when internal structures are no longer active. This allows survival far beyond what would otherwise be possible. Fire is one of the most significant challenges for long-lived trees in certain environments. Yet, even here, adaptation plays a role. Thick bark in some species provides insulation, protecting vital inner tissues from heat damage, allowing regeneration after disturbance. Over time, repeated exposure to environmental stress shapes not only survival, but form. Branches grow in patterns influenced by wind direction. Trunks develop asymmetries based on light availability. Root systems expand in response to long-term soil conditions. What emerges is not a static organism, but a continuously shaped structure, one that reflects the environment it has lived through, a physical archive of interaction between biology and landscape. And yet, despite their age and complexity, these ancient trees remain fundamentally the same type of organism that begins as a small seed. The scale changes, the duration changes, but the underlying processes remain consistent. Growth through layers, adaptation through response, continuity through time. These ancient trees do not simply survive history, they embody it. A forest is often described as a collection of trees sharing the same land. But this description is incomplete because what exists within a forest is not just a group of individual organisms. It is a system of interactions, a continuous exchange of energy, water, and matter across living and non-living elements. Each tree is a visible structure, but beneath and between them lies an interconnected environment that shapes how every part functions. Soil, roots, fungi, microorganisms, air, light, and moisture all participate in this system. None of these components exist in isolation. Each one influences the others over time.
Water plays a central role in this system. It moves through soil, enters roots, rises through trunks, and returns to the atmosphere through leaves. But it does not follow a single path. It is constantly redistributed, redirected, and recycled across the entire forest. Rain does not simply fall and disappear. It becomes part of a larger cycle that continues long after it reaches the ground. Carbon follows a similar pattern. Absorbed from the air through leaves, it becomes part of organic structures within trees. Branches, trunks, roots, and leaves all store carbon in different forms. When parts of trees fall or decay, this carbon returns to the soil, where it becomes part of new cycles of growth. In this way, a forest functions as a long-term storage and transfer system, not static, but continuously active. Matter moves through different states and locations, shaped by biological processes. Below the surface, root systems overlap and extend across wide areas. They do not form a single unified network in a strict sense, but they exist in close proximity, interacting through shared soil conditions. Nutrients and water are redistributed through these zones based on availability and demand. Above ground, trees influence each other through light and space. Height determines access to sunlight. Leaf density affects shading. Growth patterns adjust based on surrounding competition and opportunity. Each tree shapes the environment for others, even without direct contact. Air movement also plays a role. Wind passing through forest canopies is slowed and redirected by branches and leaves. This affects temperature, humidity, and evaporation rates within the forest itself. The forest creates its own microclimate. Over time, this internal climate becomes more stable than the surrounding open landscape. Temperature fluctuations are reduced. Moisture levels are more consistent. This stability supports a wider range of life forms beyond just trees. Animals, insects, fungi, and microorganisms all depend on this environment. They interact with trees in various ways. Some depend on them for shelter, others for food, others for ecological balance. The forest becomes a shared habitat.
What appears at a distance as a uniform green area is in fact a highly structured and dynamic system. Each component plays a role in maintaining overall function. Changes in one part can influence many others over time. Even disturbances such as storms, fires, or seasonal shifts are part of this system. They do not simply destroy, they also reshape, creating space for new growth and altering long-term structure. In this sense, a forest is not defined by stability alone. It is defined by continuous change within a connected system, a balance between growth, decay, and renewal. And within this system, each tree is both individual and collective, separate in form, connected in function. As the forest settles into quiet, nothing about it truly stops. What appears to change is only what the eye is able to notice. The movement slows beyond perception, but it does not disappear. The trees remain rooted where they have always been, yet within each one, processes continue without interruption. Water still rises through internal pathways. Leaves still exchange gases with the air. Energy still moves through living tissue, converted and distributed in ways that sustain structure over time.
What we call silence in a forest is not the absence of activity. It is the absence of signals strong enough for us to detect. Beneath that silence, systems continue operating with steady precision, unhurried, unbroken, unaware of observation. The soil beneath the trees is still active as well. Moisture shifts through small spaces between particles. Microbial life continues its cycles of decomposition and renewal. Organic matter is broken down and reintroduced into the system in forms that can be used again. Nothing remains fixed for long. Even the air above the forest carries traces of this ongoing exchange. Water vapor rises and falls with subtle changes in temperature. Carbon moves between atmosphere and leaves. Heat is absorbed, released, and redistributed across layers of canopy. From a human perspective, a forest can feel still, because our sense of time is built around motion we can directly observe. But the forest operates on a different scale. Its processes unfold across hours, days, seasons, and decades, sometimes even longer. A single tree may experience thousands of small environmental changes within a year. Most of them go unnoticed at our scale of perception, but each one contributes to gradual adaptation, a continuous shaping of structure and function over time. And yet, despite this complexity, the forest does not move toward a final state. There is no end point it is trying to reach, no final form it is attempting to become. It exists in a condition of ongoing adjustment. Growth and decay exist together within the same system. New structures form, while old ones return to soil. Energy flows through cycles that do not begin or end in a single place, only continue. If you trace any single element within the forest long enough, it does not stay in one role. Water becomes part of a leaf. That leaf becomes part of soil. That soil becomes part of new growth. The distinction between beginning and ending becomes less clear the longer you observe it. Even the idea of separation begins to soften when seen at this scale. A tree is not isolated from its environment. It is shaped by it, and in turn, it shapes everything around it. The forest is not the background for life. It is a living system in which life continuously reorganizes itself, quietly, gradually, without urgency. And as time continues to pass, nothing dramatic happens. No final moment arrives. No conclusion is reached. The trees remain, the soil remains, the air continues to move, and the same quiet processes that have always been present continue without interruption. If you listen long enough, even silence begins to feel active, not empty, just full of things moving too slowly to name. And in that stillness, the story does not finish. It simply fades back into what it has always been, a forest, breathing.
As the story fades, there's nothing left to follow. No new idea to hold on to. No conclusion to reach. Just what has been there the whole time.
Imagine this for a second. You are floating on the Pacific Ocean. No land in sight, no sound but water moving under you. Just an endless surface of blue, stretching so far it almost stops feeling real. Above you, the sky is clear. Below you, the ocean drops into a darkness so deep it doesn't feel like a place anymore. And right here, on this thin, shifting line between sky and abyss, something is happening. Something
you've never noticed. A single drop of water is about to leave the ocean. It doesn't explode. It doesn't rise dramatically. There's no moment where you could point and say, "There it goes." 1 second, it belongs to the sea. The next, it doesn't. It simply lets go. Lifted by nothing more than warmth, it drifts upward. Invisible now, weightless, gone from the surface without anyone ever noticing. And yet this is the beginning of something enormous. Not just a movement through air, but a journey that will touch almost everything on Earth. The ocean doesn't react. It keeps moving like nothing changed. Waves continue breaking, folding, disappearing again, as if nothing was ever taken. But something was. Something very small that will not stay small for long in what it's about to become. Higher up, the air is different, slightly colder, slightly quieter. The kind of quiet you only notice when you've left something behind. The droplet doesn't know that yet. It just keeps rising, carried by invisible currents that never stop moving around the planet. At first, it's gentle, a slow drift above the waves. Seagulls cut through the air below it. The smell of salt still feels close enough to touch. The ocean is still there, but it's already starting to feel distant. Then the climb changes, not suddenly, but enough that you notice it if you were paying attention. The air gets thinner, colder, wider. Space itself feels less crowded. Far below, the warm ocean keeps absorbing sunlight that has traveled millions of kilometers just to reach it. Most of that energy becomes heat, but a small part of it is doing something else entirely. It's breaking water free, one molecule at a time, again and again, across every sea, lake, river, and wet surface on Earth. And this one droplet is part of that silent exchange. It leaves the surface without resistance, no sound, no trace, just a shift from liquid to something you can no longer see. Now it rises faster, pulled into a larger movement in the atmosphere. Air doesn't stand still, it circulates, folds, returns, and climbs again in patterns that cover the entire planet. The droplet doesn't choose any of this. It just follows what everything around it is already doing. The higher it goes, the colder it becomes. Warm ocean below, cooling sky above. A quiet gradient stretching between two worlds. And somewhere in that transition, something begins to change again. The droplet slows, not because it stops moving, but because it starts becoming something else. Tiny particles float around it, dust, salt, fragments carried across continents, invisible anchors in the sky, and the droplet begins to gather, not as one, but as many becoming one again. A cloud is forming, not a shape you could point to, not a thing with edges, just a growing presence in the air where water begins to remember itself. From the ground it would look soft, almost harmless, but inside it is motion without rest, droplets drifting, colliding, separating, recombining, nothing holding still. everything in transition. And somewhere inside this growing cloud, our journey is only beginning. For a while, the journey feels almost gentle. The cloud moves without resistance, drifting across an endless sky. Below it, the ocean slowly fades into the distance, as if it were never the starting point at all. What began over open water is now crossing something new: land. From this height, the earth reveals itself in quiet detail. Coastlines trace long, imperfect edges between sea and soil. Forests spread across valleys like dark green waves frozen in motion. Rivers twist through the land, pulling memory of rain back toward the ocean. And mountains rise above everything else, breaking through the clouds like stone islands in a white sea. Our droplet doesn't know any of this. It has no sense of direction, no map, no idea that it is part of anything larger than itself. It simply moves with the air, carried wherever the sky decides to take it. But nothing in the atmosphere is ever truly random. Every cloud is part of a system far bigger than what can be seen in a single moment. A circulation that has been repeating for as long as the planet had air and oceans. Warm air rises, cool air sinks. The Earth's rotation bends these movements into vast, invisible patterns that wrap around the globe. Storms are born from them. Winds travel through them. Heat is constantly redistributed, as if the planet is quietly balancing itself without pause. And now this particular cloud is approaching something it cannot simply pass through: a mountain range. At lower altitudes, the air was warm enough to keep everything suspended. But mountains change that. They force air upward. There is no way around them, only over. As the cloud reaches the rising slopes, it begins to climb, slowly at first, then with growing pressure. Upward currents strengthen as the terrain pushes everything higher into colder layers of the atmosphere. Inside the cloud, the droplets begin to change. Collisions become more frequent. Some merge, some separate again. But a few begin to grow larger than the rest, just slightly at first, almost unnoticeable. Yet in a system like this, small differences matter. Larger droplets attract more water. Each collision makes them heavier. Each increase in size makes the next collision more likely. A quiet chain reaction begins to form. And somewhere in that growing imbalance, our traveler changes. It is no longer just a trace of vapor, no longer suspended without effort. It is becoming heavy enough for gravity to notice again. At first, the rising air still holds it, a temporary balance between upward force and downward pull. But that balance cannot last forever. Eventually, it breaks. The droplet can no longer remain suspended, and for the first time since it left the ocean, it begins to fall. The descent starts softly, almost uncertain, as if the sky is letting go rather than pushing it down. Then it accelerates. Around it, countless other droplets begin the same release from the cloud, though none of them share the same path. Some will end in rivers, some in lakes, some on stone, some on leaves. No two journeys will end in the same way. Our droplet moves downward through shifting air, Wind pushes it sideways, currents scatter it briefly before gravity pulls it back into line. The world below grows clearer with every second. The forest appears first as a texture, then as a structure, then as individual trees, then as moving branches shaped by wind and rain. The canopy rises to meet it. Leaves sharpen into focus. Water already resting on their surfaces trembles with each new impact from above. And then, after everything it has passed through, the droplet arrives. Not in a river, not in the ocean, but on a single leaf, high above the forest floor. The impact is almost nothing, a soft contact, a brief pause in motion, then stillness. For the first time in its entire journey, it is not moving. Rain continues around it. The storm passes overhead, speaking in the language of water and wind. Leaves shake under countless similar arrivals. Some droplets slip away immediately, continuing downward toward the ground. Others gather, merge, and fall again. But this one remains, resting on the edge of a leaf, balanced between falling and staying. Below it, the forest floor waits in shadow. Above it, the sky begins to open again, the storm slowly drifting onward, as if nothing important has changed. And yet, something has, because here, at this quiet pause in motion, the next part of the journey is no longer in the sky. It is below it.
Morning arrives slowly. The storm is gone. The forest feels different now, quieter, heavier, as if it is still remembering what just passed through it. Light begins to filter down through the canopy in broken pieces. Not full sunlight yet, just scattered gold slipping between leaves high above. For a while, nothing moves. Our droplet is still there, resting on the edge of a leaf like it has always belonged there. Small, perfectly still, reflecting the world around it in a curved, trembling shape. Sky above, branches around it, the soft return of warmth into the air. Then the balance changes, not suddenly, just enough to notice if you were watching closely. Gravity begins to matter again. The droplet shifts, slowly at first. It spreads across the surface of the leaf, following paths it doesn't choose, only follows. Tiny veins guide it forward, invisible to anything except touch. It reaches the edge and lets go. It falls, not far, only to another leaf below, then another and another, each drop softer than the last, like the forest is catching it over and over again, instead of letting it hit the ground all at once. There is a name for this. Scientists call it canopy drip. But inside the forest, it doesn't feel like a process. It feels like patience, like the forest is holding on to the rain as long as it can. Some droplets never reach the ground quickly. They move through layers of leaves, branches, and shadows, delayed by everything living around them. Insects drink from them. Frogs rest inside them. Moss slowly absorbs them without ever needing to move.
The forest doesn't just receive rain, it reshapes it, slows it down, breaks it apart, gives it time to become something else before it reaches the earth. Eventually, our droplet makes its way downward, not at once, but step by step through the canopy, until the light changes again. The forest floor is different, cooler, darker, still but not empty, a world hidden beneath the noise of everything above it. A thick layer of fallen leaves covers the ground like a memory no one is reading anymore. But underneath that layer, nothing is idle. Everything is working. Fungi stretch through the soil in invisible networks. Beetles move through narrow tunnels. Bacteria break down what used to be alive. Worms slowly turn matter over, grain by grain, without ever being seen doing it. From above, it looks like nothing is happening. But down here, everything is happening at once, just without sound. The droplet touches the soil, and for a moment it feels like the journey might finally end here. But water rarely accepts endings. It only changes direction. Between the grains of soil, there are spaces too small to notice, but large enough for movement. Tiny pathways shaped by time, pressure, and everything that has passed through here before. The droplet begins to sink, slowly, not falling now, but seeping, as if the ground is gently taking it in. Above, the forest continues its life without interruption. Birds call from branch to branch. Wind moves through leaves. Sunlight shifts across the canopy like nothing below has changed anything above. But down here, everything becomes slower, heavier, older. Time feels different underground, not measured in moments, but in distance, in how far something can move before it is changed again. The droplet continues downward through narrow passages in the soil, between grains of sand, around fragments of stone, past roots that are always searching without rest. And then, something finds it. Not by sight, not by force, but by chemistry, by need. A root, alive beneath the surface, constantly pulling water toward itself in tiny controlled differences of pressure, one molecule at a time, without hesitation, without awareness. The droplet is no longer just passing through soil. It has arrived at a decision point it cannot understand. It could continue deeper, towards underground reservoirs, towards slow-moving waters hidden beneath continents. Or it could become part of something alive. And here, the direction changes. The root draws it in, not violently, not quickly, but completely. The droplet enters the tree, and the journey changes again, because now, for the first time since it left the ocean, it is moving upward.
Inside the tree, the journey changes again. For the first time since it left the ocean, the droplet is no longer being pulled downward, not by gravity, not by falling, but by something else entirely. It is moving upward, quietly, against everything it once followed. Into the trunk,
into the living structure of one of the oldest systems on Earth. A system that looks simple from the outside, but is anything but. A tree seems still. A trunk, branches, leaves, a shape that does not appear to move. But inside that stillness is motion. Millions of microscopic pathways running from the deepest roots to the highest leaves. A hidden transport system known as the xylem. This is not a machine. There is no engine, no pump, no heartbeat pushing anything upward. And yet, water rises, hundreds of feet in some of the tallest trees on Earth, silently, constantly, without stopping. For a long time, this was a mystery. How does anything move upward like that without being pushed? The answer is not force, it is connection. Far above, in the leaves, water is escaping into the air. Not visibly, not dramatically, just molecule by molecule, leaving through tiny openings called stomata, a process known as transpiration. And when one molecule leaves, it pulls on the next, and the next. Not by intention, but by physics. Water holds on to itself. It stays connected. And that connection becomes a chain, a pull that travels all the way down the tree. Our droplet is inside that chain now, part of a column of water stretching from soil to sky, being lifted not by a machine, but by the quiet pull of evaporation happening far above. The climb is slow, measured in centimeters, then meters, then distance that feels impossible when you forget what is carrying it. No turbulence, no rush, just a steady upward movement that never announces itself. Along the way, the droplet passes living cells, cells that move nutrients, cells that build structure, cells that keep the tree alive without ever needing to be seen. It passes through wood that is not dead material, but memory. Each ring in the trunk is a record, a year of rain, a year of drought, a year of fire, a year of abundance, layer after layer of time written in silence. Some of these rings existed before cities, before maps, before names were given to places. And now the droplet moves through them, as if time itself has no objection to being crossed. The higher it rises, the brighter the world becomes. Light filters through the structure of the tree. Birds move somewhere above. Wind shifts the outer branches. And finally, the ascent reaches the canopy. Leaves spread out into open sky, swaying gently in air that feels completely different from the ground below. Here, the droplet arrives at its destination, a leaf. Not as an endpoint, but as a transformation. For a brief moment, it becomes part of the leaf itself, helping move nutrients, supporting the quiet process of photosynthesis, participating in one of the most fundamental exchanges on Earth. Because here, sunlight is not just light, it is energy being turned into life, and water is part of that conversion. Then the temperature shifts, slightly, almost imperceptibly. The sun rises higher, the air warms, and at the surface of the leaf, something begins again. A single molecule breaks away, then another, then another. The droplet dissolves, not lost,
not destroyed, just released. It becomes vapor once more, invisible, weightless, returning to the sky without resistance. The forest remains below, calm, endless, unaware of the full scale of what has just passed through it. And the droplet rises again, not as liquid, not as form, but as possibility. The cycle feels complete. Ocean, sky, cloud, rain, earth, tree, sky again. But nothing about it is final, because water does not complete journeys, it continues them. And somewhere far away, where the air begins to cool again, a new cloud is already forming.
Not every raindrop returns to the sky within days, or weeks, or even years. Some take a very different path, a path measured not in seasons, but in centuries. As our droplet rises once more into the atmosphere, it finds itself carried farther north. The journey is longer this time. The air is colder. The sun hangs lower in the sky. Far below, forests gradually give way to mountains. The peaks stretch toward the clouds, covered in snow, wrapped in silence. Winter has arrived here long before it reaches the valleys below. And high above these frozen slopes, our droplet enters another cloud. The process feels familiar now. Cooling air, condensation, tiny droplets gathering together. But this time, something is different. The temperature is well below freezing. Instead of becoming liquid, water molecules begin arranging themselves into delicate crystalline structures. A snowflake is born. Its shape is impossibly intricate, six-sided, perfectly symmetrical, yet unlike any snowflake that has ever existed before. Scientists have studied snowflakes for centuries. Despite their endless variety, every one follows the same basic geometry, a quiet reminder that even nature's most delicate creations obey the laws of physics. Carried by gentle winds, the snowflake drifts downward, past mountain ridges, past evergreen forests, past rocky cliffs sculpted by countless winters. The descent is slow, graceful, almost weightless, until finally it lands, not on soil, not on water, but upon an ancient glacier. Here, the world moves differently. The glacier appears motionless, frozen in time, silent, still. But appearances can be deceptive. Glaciers are rivers of ice. They move only very slowly, sometimes a few centimeters each day, sometimes less. Yet given enough time, they reshape entire landscapes, valleys, mountains, lakes, all carved by the patient movement of ice. Our droplet is now locked within that ice, frozen solid, buried beneath future snowfall. Year after year, winter follows winter. Snow accumulates, pressure increases, the layers compress. The original snow slowly transforms into dense glacial ice. The droplet sinks deeper and deeper still. Above it, time continues. Years pass, then decades, then centuries. Empires rise and disappear. Languages evolve. Borders change.
Generations are born, live their lives, and are forgotten. Yet deep inside the glacier, our droplet remains exactly where it is, waiting. Scientists have discovered water trapped inside glaciers that fell as snow thousands of years ago. Some ice in Antarctica contains water that entered the atmosphere long before the first pyramids were built, before written history, before civilization itself. Frozen time capsules preserving ancient climates, ancient atmospheres, ancient worlds. Our droplet will not wait quite that long, but it will remain here long enough to witness something extraordinary: the arrival of spring. At first, the change is almost impossible to notice. Days become slightly longer. Sunlight lingers a little later each evening. Temperatures rise by only a fraction, then another and another. Eventually, the glacier begins to respond. Tiny channels form on its surface. Meltwater appears. The first drops begin moving. After centuries trapped in ice, our droplet finally melts, liquid once more, free once more. The journey resumes. A trickle becomes a stream. The stream joins another, then another. Soon water rushes through newly formed channels carved into the glacier itself. The silence of ice gives way to the sound of moving water. Our droplet accelerates. Its world expands. The glacier recedes behind it. Ahead lies something new. A mountain river. Fast, cold, restless. For the first time leaving the ocean, our traveler is moving with real speed, pulled downward by gravity, carried through valleys shaped by ancient ice, beginning a journey that will eventually lead back to the sea. But first, it must follow one of nature's oldest roads, the river. The river. It begins as a whisper in the mountains, but it does not stay quiet long. The moment our droplet enters the river, everything changes. It is no longer moving slowly through soil, or drifting through the still veins of a tree, or frozen in silence. Now it is pulled into motion, fast, relentless, alive. The river carries it forward through narrow valleys where cliffs rise like ancient walls on both sides. Water crashes against stone, splitting into white foam, reforming again and again, as if the river cannot decide what shape it wants to be. But it is not indecisive. It is simply remembering something older than memory itself: the way home. Our droplet is no longer alone. Millions of droplets surround it now. Some arrived from melting snow, some from underground springs, some from distant rainfall that fell days or years or even centuries ago. All of them moving together, all of them becoming one body, one current, one direction. Downward. Always downward.
Gravity is the invisible hand guiding everything now, pulling the river through steep drops, sudden turns, and widening basins where the water briefly slows, as if catching its breath before continuing again. Along the banks, life appears and disappears in flashes. A deer pauses to drink, unaware of the ancient journey flowing past its reflection. Birds skim the surface, breaking the mirror of the water for just a second before the river heals itself again. Fish move beneath our droplet now, silent, precise,
shaped by millions of years of evolution designed for this exact current. And somewhere in this living movement, our droplet continues forward, unchanged in essence, yet carried through worlds it could never have reached alone. As the river descends, it begins to widen. Tributaries join from both sides, smaller rivers feeding into the main current, like veins returning blood to a heart. The speed increases again. The sound deepens. What was once a mountain stream has now become something far larger, something powerful enough to reshape land itself over time. Rocks smooth into pebbles, soil is carried away grain by grain. Entire riverbanks shift slowly, silently, without witness. The river does not rush, it persists. Hours pass, then days, then an uncountable rhythm of movement that has existed before humans gave names to time. And still, our droplet moves forward. Far away now from the mountains, the landscape begins to open. The air grows warmer. The current slows. The river begins to forget its violent origins and settles into something broader, calmer, almost thoughtful. It curves through plains where fields stretch toward the horizon, where human life begins to appear along its edges, bridges crossing it, towns leaning toward it, civilizations quietly depending on it. But even here, the river is not still. It is always leaving, always arriving, always both at once. Our droplet passes beneath bridges that carry footsteps, vehicles, and entire lives above its surface. It flows past cities that drink from it, build beside it, and sometimes forget that it is not just a resource, but a moving system far older than anything they have built. At night, the river reflects lights from the shore, gold, white, flickering shapes trembling on the surface. It looks peaceful, almost eternal. But underneath that calm surface, everything is still moving. And then, slowly, inevitably, the river begins to change again. The air tastes different, heavier, slightly salty. The current shifts. The water spreads wider and wider until the edges of the land begin to disappear. The river is no longer a river alone. It is becoming something greater, a delta, a widening hand reaching toward the ocean. Channels split and rejoin in endless patterns, like veins searching for their final destination. Our droplet is carried through one of these branching paths, moving slower now, as if the world itself is preparing for an ending it has known all along. Seabirds appear overhead. The smell of salt grows stronger. The horizon opens, and then, for the first time since it began its journey, the river no longer has walls. Only openness, only vastness, only the ocean waiting ahead. The moment arrives without warning. The river dissolves into sea. Fresh water meets salt water. Movement becomes uncertainty for a brief instant as currents collide, mix, and reform into something vast and unfamiliar. Our droplet hesitates, not because it chooses to, but because the world around it becomes too large to define direction. And then it is pulled again, outward, downward, into the ocean. Here, everything is different. The pressure increases. The light fades with depth. Sound becomes distant, softened as if the world above is now a memory rather than a place. The droplet drifts through massive currents that circle the planet like invisible rivers within the sea itself. Warm streams move toward cold regions. Cold waters sink and rise again. Entire systems of motion stretch across continents, connecting oceans that appear separate but are always speaking to each other in deep, silent language. Our droplet becomes part of this global circulation. Sometimes it rises closer to the surface, warmed by sunlight, briefly touched by air again. Sometimes it sinks into deeper darkness, where light glows instead of reflects. Strange organisms shaped by pressure and time rather than light. And sometimes it waits. Not frozen, not still, but held in slow movement, so vast it feels like stillness. Because in the ocean, time does not disappear, it expands. And somewhere far above, the sun continues to pull water upward once more. A cycle without beginning, without end, only transformation. Only movement, only return. And our droplet, small, unchanged, unremembered, remains part of it all.
Deep beneath the ocean's surface, the journey slows even further. Not because the motion has stopped, but because everything has become so vast that movement no longer feels like change. It feels like existence itself. Our droplet drifts through a current that circles an entire ocean basin. It is not random. Nothing here is. These currents are shaped by invisible forces: temperature, salinity, and the slow rotation of the planet itself. Together, they form patterns so large that they can only be seen from space. But inside them, there is no big picture, only flow, only direction, only now. At times, the droplet is drawn upward toward warmer waters near the surface. Here, light returns. Not the harsh light of land, but a filtered, shimmering glow that dances through waves like broken glass. Tiny organisms float in this illuminated layer of the ocean. Plankton, drifting life forms that form the foundation of nearly every marine ecosystem on Earth. They move with the water, just as the water moves with the planet. And in this thin, sunlit skin of the ocean, life explodes in complexity. Fish gather, shoals twist and turn like living smoke. Predators follow silent trails of vibration and shadow, and our droplet passes through all of it unnoticed, yet essential. Because even here, water is not just background, it is structure, it is medium, it is memory. Then, without warning, the droplet sinks again, down into the darker layers, past where sunlight can reach, past where color begins to fade. Blue becomes black, movement becomes slower. The pressure increases until it feels as if the ocean itself is leaning inward, compressing every particle of space. And yet life still exists here,
strange and patient forms that have never known daylight. Creatures that glow softly in the dark, not for beauty, but for survival. In this world, light is not given, it is made. Our droplet continues its long circulation through these depths. It may take years to complete a single loop, years before it returns to the surface again, and even longer before it leaves the ocean entirely. Because not every journey is fast. Some are designed to be slow enough to reshape the world.
Far above, storms begin to form. Warm ocean air rises, cold air descends, wind gathers strength over the water, pulling moisture upward once again into invisible paths. And somewhere within those rising currents, our droplet begins to feel a familiar shift, a gentle pull, a quiet ascent. Not sudden, not dramatic, but inevitable. It rises through layers of increasing light, through water that grows warmer with every meter, through currents that twist and scatter but never truly lose it, until finally it reaches the surface. The ocean breathes, waves rise and fall like a slow heartbeat across the planet, and at the crest of one wave, our droplet meets the air again. For a moment, it exists between two worlds, below the vast memory of the ocean, above the endless openness of the sky. And then the sun touches it. Energy transfers silently. Molecules begin to loosen their bonds. The droplet dissolves into invisibility. Not gone, just changed. Vapor again. Free. It rises higher, beyond waves, beyond storms, beyond the reach of anything solid or known, carried by winds that circle continents and cross oceans without ever stopping to rest, up through layers of atmosphere that grow thinner, colder, quieter, until once again it joins a cloud. But this cloud is not the same as before. It is not over a forest, not over a mountain, not over ice. It is over open ocean, a storm system forming slowly, gathering energy from the warm sea below, and within it, countless droplets assemble, not as individuals, but as possibility. Our droplet joins them, and the cloud begins to grow, heavier, darker, full of tension that cannot be held forever. And far below, the ocean waits, as it always has, patient, endless, ready to receive or release, depending on what the cycle decides next. Inside the cloud, everything is suspended, not still, but waiting, a temporary gathering of what cannot remain separated for long. Our droplet is no longer alone, but it is no closer to certainty. Around it, millions of invisible fragments of vapor drift, collide, and merge in constant negotiation. Some are older than storms. Some were lifted from distant seas just hours ago. All of them are being shaped into something inevitable, a decision the atmosphere will eventually make. The cloud thickens. At first, it is almost unnoticeable, a subtle deepening of color, a quiet dimming of sunlight below. But within its structure, everything is changing.
Temperature gradients sharpen, updrafts push upward with increasing force, and tiny droplets begin to find each other more frequently, more permanently. They collide, they merge, they grow. Our droplet is no longer microscopic. It is becoming heavier, more defined, more aware of gravity than it has been since it first rose from the ocean. And gravity, patient as ever, begins to reclaim attention. At the edges of the cloud, ice crystals begin to form again. Even in a world of vapor and suspension, cold still exists. And where cold gathers, structure appears. Six-sided patterns return, delicate, precise, inevitable. Some droplets freeze instantly around microscopic particles of dust, becoming seeds for larger formations. Others remain liquid, held just above freezing, waiting for the moment they can no longer resist transformation. Our droplet drifts between these states, liquid, then near solid, then liquid again, a quiet instability that will not last. Far below, the world grows distant. The ocean is no longer visible. The land is a blurred memory beneath layers of atmosphere. Even sound would not travel here if there were ears to hear it. Only motion remains. Upward currents, downward pulls, collisions that slowly increase in certainty. And then it begins. Not all at once, not dramatically, but everywhere at the same time, the tipping point of the cloud. A droplet grows just large enough to no longer be supported by the air around it. Then another, then another. The balance breaks. Our droplet is pulled downward, at first gently, then faster, then with undeniable force. The cloud releases what it can no longer hold. Rain begins. At first it is soft, almost hesitant, a few scattered drops falling through vast air. Then more join, and more, until the sky is filled with motion again, a downward river forming in reverse.
Our droplet falls through cold air, through shifting winds, through layers of sky it has already passed before and will pass again, but never in the same way, never as the same moment. Below, the land approaches. This time it is different. Not forest canopy, not glacier, not river, but something shaped by everything the droplet has already experienced. A vast plain where water does not linger in one place, but spreads, sinks, evaporates, and returns in endless variation. Impact. A brief contact with Earth. A soft collision that marks another transition, not an ending. The droplet spreads across soil. Some of it is absorbed immediately into underground pathways. Some evaporates before it can settle. Some is drawn into roots of distant plants, beginning their own unseen journeys. And a small portion continues forward on the surface, joining shallow streams that will one day become rivers again, or disappearing upward into sunlight before ever leaving the ground. Because here, more than anywhere else, the cycle is not linear. It is layered, overlapping,
always repeating but never identical. Our droplet has been ocean, cloud, snow, ice, tree, river, ocean again, and sky once more. But it is not the same droplet it was at the beginning, not in experience, not in path, not in the world it has touched. It has passed through forests that breathe, mountains that move, oceans that think in currents, and skies that remember nothing yet carry everything. And still the cycle does not end. It only continues, quietly, indifferently, perfectly. Somewhere far away, another droplet is just beginning its journey, and without knowing it, it is already part of the same story. It begins again somewhere you cannot see, not because it is hidden, but because it is everywhere at once. A single droplet forms, not as a drop yet, not as rain, but as possibility. A gathering of vapor so subtle that even the sky does not acknowledge it at first. It simply exists. High above a distant landscape, air begins to rise again. Warm currents pulling invisible moisture upward as they have done since the beginning of time. The droplet is caught in this motion without resistance. There is no decision, no awareness, only movement. It ascends through layers of atmosphere that feel increasingly unfamiliar. If it could remember, it would notice the shift, the thinning of pressure, the cooling of temperature, the widening silence between particles of air. But memory does not exist here, only transformation. Far below, the surface of the world changes again. A different ocean, a different forest, a different mountain range slowly reshaping itself under the weight of centuries. Yet none of it is separate. All of it is connected by the same invisible circulation. The droplet rises into another cloud, but this cloud is older, denser, heavier with stories it has already forgotten it carries. Storms that passed through continents, snow that melted into rivers, rain that once fell in places that no longer exist in the same form. Here, the droplet is joined again, not as an individual, but as part of accumulation, layer upon layer of water suspended above the world like a breathing memory. And once again, the balance begins to shift, slowly at first, imperceptibly, until the cloud can no longer remain what it is. It releases. But this time, something is different. The descent is not into mountains, not into forest, not into river, but into a place shaped by repetition itself. A landscape where water has been falling, flowing, evaporating, and returning for longer than anything alive can remember. The droplet falls through wind that bends and twists around unseen terrain, through air that carries dust from distant lands, through sunlight fractured into shifting patterns of gold and shadow. Below, the ground rises to meet it, not gently, not violently, but inevitably. Impact. Again. A moment so brief it almost does not exist, and yet it changes everything. This time, the droplet lands on stone, bare, ancient, polished by centuries of wind and previous rains that carry their own forgotten fragments of the same cycle. For a moment, it does not move. It spreads thin across the surface, reflecting the sky in a broken mirror of itself. And in that reflection, it sees nothing new, only what has always been there. Then warmth arrives, subtle at first, a pressure of light that does not push but invites, and the droplet begins to vanish again, not destroyed, not lost, but lifted. It rises from stone into air once more, invisible, weightless, returning to what it has always been beneath every form it has taken. And the cycle continues, not because it chooses to, not because it is forced, but because there is no version of it that exists outside motion. Ocean becomes sky, sky becomes rain, rain becomes earth, earth becomes life, life becomes vapor, and vapor becomes everything again. Somewhere in this endless exchange, the droplet no longer belongs to a single path. It belongs to all paths at once. And still, the world turns, the sun rises, the winds shift, the oceans breathe, and the story continues.
The droplet rises again, but this time it does not feel new. It feels remembered. It moves upward through invisible currents, carried by winds that have no destination but always arrive somewhere. Below, the world fades into layers of blue and green and distance. Forests become texture. Oceans become movement. Mountains become memory. And the droplet becomes vapor once more. It enters the sky quietly, not with impact, but with acceptance, as if the atmosphere had been waiting for it to return. Inside the cloud, everything is familiar, not because it has been here before, but because it has always been here. The droplet joins others again. Some it has never met. Some it may have been part of before. But identity no longer matters. Here, everything is temporary assembly. Nothing holds shape for long. And yet, something is different. A subtle tension. A pressure building in silence. The cloud is heavier than it should be, not just with water, but with time, with repetition, with everything that has already happened too many times. And still it gathers, still it grows, still it waits for the moment it can no longer hold itself together. The breaking point does not arrive. It reveals itself. A shift in balance. A quiet collapse of suspension. One droplet falls, then another, and then the sky remembers what it is supposed to do. Rain begins again, but it is not the same rain. It never is.
Our droplet falls once more through the same sky, but not the same moment, through the same air, but not the same world. Below, the landscape is different, not by distance, but by time. A river has shifted its path. A forest has grown and died and grown again. A glacier that once held silence is now only water, remembering its shape. The droplet does not notice, because it cannot. It only continues, downward, always downward. Impact, earth again, but not a beginning, not an end, only continuation. Soil receives it, stone reflects it, roots pull at it again without recognition. Everything acts as if it is new, but nothing is. And still the droplet moves, as it always has, as it always will. Deep underground it flows again, through the same invisible corridors, through the same ancient pathways carved by pressure and time. But now, something changes in tone, not in physics, but in perception. Because if water could remember, it would not see journeys, it would see circles.
Everything it has touched still exists somewhere in its path. The forest, the glacier, the river, the ocean, the sky, all of it is still happening, just not at the same time. And the droplet is not moving through the world is moving through it. It is not a traveler anymore. It is the medium through which travel exists. And somewhere above, warm air begins to rise again, calling it back. And now we go into the final stage. The droplet rises, not for the first time, not for the last, but exactly as it always does, upward, through silence, through distance, through forgetting. The sky darkens into cloud once again, not new, not old, just inevitable. And as it enters the forming cloud, there is a strange feeling, not awareness, not thought, but alignment. Because everything that has happened is about to happen again. The same condensation, the same gathering, the same weight that cannot remain suspended, the same moment when balance fails, and gravity takes back what it always borrowed. Rain begins, and somewhere far below, a leaf waits, a river waits, an ocean waits, not knowing it has already done this, not knowing it will do it again. Because water does not remember, it only continues. And the cycle has no edge, no start, no end, only return. There is no final place, only the illusion of one. The droplet rises again, not because it is chosen, not because it is free, but because this is what it has always done, in every form, in every time, in every world it has passed through, without ever knowing it was passing.
upward through silence, through cold air that does not resist, through invisible layers of sky that separate one moment from another. And then it slows, not physically, but in a way that feels meaningful. Something begins to dissolve, not the droplet, not the cloud, but the idea that they were ever separate at all. The ocean is not behind it. The river is not below it. The forest is not beside it. They are all here, now, part of the same movement, the same breath of the planet. And for the first time, there is no journey, only continuity. The droplet does not rise into a cloud. It becomes what clouds are. It does not fall as rain. It becomes what rain is. It does not enter rivers. It becomes what rivers are.
What if the light reaching your eyes right now left the sun before the first humans ever looked up at the sky? Every morning, the sun rises, and light fills the world. Mountains, oceans, cities, forests. It feels instant, like it was always here, but it wasn't. That light has traveled farther than anything you can imagine. Nearly 150 million kilometers through perfect emptiness just to reach you. And that was only the last part of the journey, because long before it escaped the sun, it may have already spent hundreds of thousands of years trapped inside it. Deep inside the core, where temperatures reach 15 degrees Celsius, hydrogen atoms are forced together under impossible pressure. They fuse, and in that moment, energy is released. A photon is born, a single packet of light. No weight, no memory, no direction, just motion. And from the very first instant, it is lost, not because it is slow, but because there is nowhere to go. Inside the sun, every step ends in collision. Every direction changes instantly, again and again and again. If you could see its path, it wouldn't be a line. It would be a maze that never ends. A journey that should take seconds stretched into hundreds of thousands of years, until one day everything changes. The photon reaches the surface of the sun, and for the first time, nothing blocks its path. No collisions, no chaos, only space. It escapes and begins the shortest part of its journey. 8 minutes across the silence of space. Mercury passes, then Venus, then Earth appears ahead, a small blue world, waiting. Maybe it falls into the ocean. Maybe it warms a leaf. Maybe it becomes part of a living cell. Or maybe it reaches your eyes and becomes what you call sight. Tonight, we follow the journey of just one photon, from the heart of a star to the moment it meets you. And everything begins deep inside the sun, where light is still trying to find its way out.
Long before it became sunlight, before it crossed space, before it ever had the chance to touch a leaf or warm your skin, our photon didn't exist. There was only hydrogen, an unimaginable amount of it. The sun is so familiar to us that it's easy to forget what it truly is. It isn't burning like a giant campfire. It isn't made of flames in the way fire exists here on Earth. The sun is something far stranger. A colossal sphere of plasma, so massive that its own gravity is constantly trying to crush it inward. Every second, about 600 million tons of hydrogen are pulled towards its center. Not because they want to be there, but because gravity never stops pulling. The deeper those atoms fall, the more crowded everything becomes. Pressure rises, temperatures climb higher and higher, until eventually matter begins behaving in ways that seem almost impossible. Deep inside the sun's core, roughly 150,000 kilometers from the center in every direction, the temperature reaches nearly 15 million degrees Celsius. The pressure is so enormous that hydrogen atoms, which normally repel one another, can no longer keep their distance. They are forced together, closer and closer, until something extraordinary happens. Their nuclei fuse. Two tiny building blocks of the universe become something new. This process is called nuclear fusion. It is the engine that powers nearly every star in the universe. Without it, the sun would become dark. The earth would freeze. Life, as we know it, would simply never have existed. Every second, billions upon billions of these fusion reactions occur deep inside the sun. Each one releases an astonishing amount of energy. Most of that energy begins as extremely powerful gamma-ray photons. Our story follows one of them, not because it is different, but because every photon has its own journey. At the instant it is created, our photon has no purpose. It is not trying to reach Earth. It has never heard of forests exist. It has never heard of oceans, or eyes, or life. It is simply energy released as one hydrogen nucleus becomes part of something larger. If we could somehow freeze time and look at that single moment, we would never find our photon alone. It is surrounded by an ocean of unimaginable brightness. Photons being born everywhere. Particles racing in every direction. Electrons. Atomic nuclei. Plasma hotter than anything naturally found on Earth. There is no up, no down, no sky, no ground, only overwhelming heat and constant motion. Nothing remains still. Not for an instant. If you could stand there, which of course no material ever could, the environment would be beyond description. Matter itself no longer behaves like the solids, liquids, and gases we know. Atoms have been stripped apart. Electrons move freely. The entire interior of the sun behaves like an enormous ocean of electrically charged plasma. It flows, it churns, it twists under the influence of gravity, pressure, and magnetic fields. And somewhere within that brilliant chaos, our photon is born. If the sun were completely empty inside, this would be the shortest story imaginable. A photon travels at the speed of light. It would leave the sun in just a few seconds. But the sun is anything but empty. In fact, the sun is so dense that a single centimeter inside its core contains far more matter than most people imagine. Every direction is crowded. Every path is blocked. Every tiny step forward ends in another collision. Our photon has only existed for the smallest fraction of a second, and already its first obstacle appears: an electron. The encounter lasts almost no time at all. The photon is absorbed. Almost immediately, another photon is emitted. Its energy changes slightly. Its direction changes completely. And the journey begins again. One collision, then another, then thousands, then millions. Our photon has not failed. This is simply how light escapes a star. Not by racing outward, but by wandering. By taking countless tiny steps, most of which lead to nowhere. Imagine standing in the middle of the largest forest on Earth. You cannot see the edge. Every single step you take, someone gently turns you in a random direction. Sometimes towards your destination, sometimes away, sometimes in a complete circle. You keep walking, day after day, year after year, never stopping, never knowing whether the next step brings you closer or farther away. That is the beginning of our photon's journey. Not a straight line, not a heroic escape, but the slow, patient, almost impossible search for a way out. And for our tiny traveler, that search has only just begun.
If you could somehow watch our photon from the outside, you might expect to see it racing toward the sun's surface. After all, nothing in the universe travels faster than light. Surely, it should escape in moments, but it doesn't. Instead, something almost impossible happens. Our photon becomes lost. Not because it doesn't know where to go. A photon doesn't choose a direction. It simply moves until something stops it. And inside the sun, something is always waiting. The newborn photon travels only a tiny distance, perhaps no farther than the width of a human finger, before meeting another charged particle, an electron. The collision happens instantly. The photon disappears. Its energy is absorbed. Almost immediately, a new photon is released, not necessarily with exactly the same energy, not necessarily in the same direction. The journey begins again. Another tiny step, another collision, another change. Again and again and again. From the outside, it almost looks as though the photon cannot make up its mind. Forward, left, back, right, up, down. No direction lasts for long. If someone traced its path, it wouldn't resemble an arrow. It would look like an impossibly tangled thread, knotted over itself countless times. Physicists call this a random walk. It is one of the most surprising ideas in nature. Imagine trying to leave an enormous stadium filled with billions upon billions of people. Every time you take a single step, someone gently spins you around. You walk again. Someone turns you once more. Sometimes you move closer to the exit. Sometimes you accidentally move farther away. Occasionally, you end up almost exactly where you started. Now imagine doing that, not for an hour, not for a day, but for hundreds of thousands of years. That is remarkably close to what happens inside the sun. The photon itself is never slow. Every tiny movement still happens at the speed of light, but those movements are so short and interrupted so often that real progress becomes painfully slow. One step, stop.
Another step, turn. Another step, disappear, reappear. Every collision rewrites the journey. Every interaction erases the straight path that seemed possible only a moment before. There is no map, no memory, no destination, only motion and patience. From our perspective, it feels impossible. How could something moving at light speed take longer to escape the sun than all of recorded human history? The answer lies not in speed, but in distance actually gained. Imagine flipping a coin. Heads, you take one step forward. Tails, one step backward. Even after 1,000 flips, you may not be very far from where you began, not because you've stopped moving, but because so much of your movement cancels itself out. The photon's journey works in much the same way. It covers an astonishing total distance, far greater than the sun's diameter, yet much of that distance is spent wandering rather than escaping. Years pass, then centuries, then millennia. On Earth, continents slowly shift, mountains weather, species appear and vanish, ice ages come and go, civilizations rise and disappear. Still, our photon continues its invisible search for the surface. If humans had existed when its journey began, entire languages would have been born, spoken, forgotten, and replaced before this single photon ever escaped. Generations would have lived their entire lives never knowing that somewhere deep inside the sun, one tiny packet of light was still making its way outward. The sun itself hardly notices. Every second, countless new photons are born, countless others finally escape. Together, they create the sunlight that reaches every planet in the solar system. No single photon is important, yet without every one of them, there would be no daylight, no warmth, no life. Our traveler is only one among an unimaginable crowd, and yet its story is unique, because no two random walks are ever exactly the same. Some photons escape a little sooner, others wander even longer. Some may spend nearly 500,000 years taking billions upon billions of tiny detours before finding freedom. Our photon has no idea how much time has passed. For light itself, time does not unfold in the familiar way we experience it. There is no waiting, no boredom, no frustration, only the next interaction, the next direction, the next impossible step. Then, after a journey that has outlasted kingdoms, empires, and perhaps even humanity itself, the density around it begins, ever so slightly, to fall. The collisions become just a little less frequent, the path ahead just a little more open. For the first time since its birth, freedom is no longer impossible. It is simply very close. And beyond that final layer of glowing plasma, an ocean of empty space is waiting.
At the edge of the sun, something changes. Not suddenly, not with a clear moment you could point to, but gradually, like a crowded room slowly opening toward an exit. The plasma around our photon becomes thinner. Collisions, which once happened constantly, begin to space out. For the first time in its existence, the photon is no longer trapped in an endless maze. It is still inside the sun, but the sun is no longer equally dense in every direction. Above it, there is less and less matter, fewer electrons, fewer obstacles, more space, more possibility. Then, finally, it happens. A last interaction, a final scattering, and then nothing stops it anymore. Our photon escapes. There is no ceremony, no sound, no visible boundary it crosses, just a transition from chaos to emptiness, from a world so dense it defies intuition to a universe almost entirely empty.
It is the first time in its existence that it moves in a straight line, not because it chooses to, but because nothing remains to force it otherwise. Now it is free. And freedom for a photon is movement at the maximum speed allowed by the universe. 300,000 kilometers every second. It leaves the sun behind, but the sun is still there, bright and immense, filling a large part of the sky behind it. Its journey through space has begun, and space is different. No collisions, no scattering, no interruptions, just motion, pure and uninterrupted. For the first time, distance begins to shrink in a meaningful way. Mercury appears first, a small scorched world clinging close to the sun's gravity. The photon passes it without hesitation. Then Venus, wrapped in thick clouds that never reveal its surface. Then space opens again, quiet, endless, and then a faint blue point appears ahead, Earth. From this distance, it is fragile, small, almost lost in the darkness, but alive in a way no other known world is. Our photon does not aim for it, it does not choose it, but probability does the work. Countless photons leave the sun every second, and only a tiny fraction will intersect with a world. Even fewer will reach something living, and even fewer still will end their journey inside an eye. Somewhere on Earth, this photon may strike the ocean, adding a tiny amount of energy to waves that have been moving for billions of years. It may land on a leaf, helping power the invisible chemistry of photosynthesis. It may warm a patch of desert sand that will cool again as soon as night returns. Or it may enter something far more delicate, a living eye, a thin layer of cells designed to capture exactly this kind of traveler. If it does, then in a fraction of a second, it will be absorbed, and its journey will end not with destruction, but with transformation. Its energy will become a signal, a message, a perception, and somewhere in a quiet human mind, light will become sight. But before we reach that moment, our photon is still crossing the space between worlds. 8 minutes from the sun to Earth. 8 minutes of perfect clarity. No obstacles, no delay, no memory of the long struggle it took to escape. Only motion toward whatever it will become next.
Earth is not a single destination for sunlight. It is 1,000 different outcomes happening at the same time. As our photon arrives, the planet does not receive it passively. It responds. Every surface changes what light becomes. Every material decides its fate. Nothing is neutral. If the photon lands on the ocean, it disappears beneath moving water. Its energy becomes motion, a tiny contribution to waves that never stop reshaping themselves. If it reaches the clouds, it may scatter in countless directions, some of it returning to space, some of it diffusing through the sky, softening everything it touches. If it strikes snow, it reflects almost completely, returning back into the sky, unchanged except for direction. If it enters desert sand, it is absorbed quickly, becoming heat, slowly raising the temperature of a world that is always balancing between extremes. If it touches a mountain, it becomes part of stone and shadow, shaping how the surface warms and cools throughout the day. Nothing on Earth experiences sunlight in the same way. Every place rewrites the story of the photon.
But among all these possibilities, there is one interaction that carries a different weight. One that does not simply transform energy, but uses it to build life itself. A leaf. On the surface of a plant, millions of microscopic structures are waiting. They are not aware of the photon's journey. They do not know it came from the sun. They do not know it has traveled for years through space, or perhaps for hundreds of thousands of years inside the star itself. They only respond to what arrives. When the photon hits the leaf, something extraordinary happens. It is absorbed not as heat, but as instruction. Inside the leaf, a molecule captures the photon's energy, and in doing so, it begins a process that has shaped nearly every ecosystem on Earth. Photosynthesis. Water and carbon dioxide are rearranged. Energy is stored. Sugar is created. Not instantly, not dramatically, but quietly, with the patience of nature itself. This is the moment where sunlight stops being just light and becomes life, because every forest, every field, every green surface on Earth exists because countless photons arrived here and were used. A single leaf may capture millions of them in a single second, but each one, no matter how small, represents the same journey. A journey that began inside a star long before Earth was even formed. From here, the energy does not stay in the leaf. It enters the chain of life. The leaf is eaten, or it falls and decays, or it becomes part of soil that feeds something else. Energy moves forward, quietly, inevitably, from plant to herbivore, to predator, to everything that breathes and moves on this planet. Even you are part of this chain. Every heartbeat, every thought, every movement is powered by energy that once arrived as light. A photon that may have traveled for years or wandered for hundreds of thousands of years before escaping the sun has now become part of biology. Not as light anymore, but as life. And yet, most photons do not reach this far. Most are scattered by the atmosphere, reflected back into space, absorbed before they ever touch a living cell. Only a fraction become part of this biological story. But the ones that do change everything. As Earth rotates, the light begins to shift. The sun lowers in the sky. Angles change. Shadows stretch. And the same photon stream that once felt endless begins to thin. Evening approaches, and with it, a transition that has repeated for billions of years. The world slowly turns away from its star, and the journey of light enters its final phase.
If there is a moment where a photon's journey changes meaning, this is it. A leaf does not simply receive sunlight, it uses it. Inside its thin green surface, there are structures so small they are invisible to the naked eye, and yet so complex that they quietly sustain almost all life on Earth. When a photon enters a leaf, it does not travel far. Within a fraction of a second, it is absorbed by a molecule called chlorophyll, a molecule that has one simple purpose: to catch light. The photon disappears, but its energy does not. It is transferred instantly, like a spark passing from one system to another. And in that transfer, something begins. Water molecules are split. Carbon dioxide is rearranged. New bonds are formed. Sugars begin to exist.
not as ideas, not as symbols, but as real stored energy. This process is silent. There is no explosion, no visible movement, and yet it is one of the most important chemical processes on Earth. Because everything that eats depends on it. Everything that breathes oxygen depends on it. Everything that moves in some way depends on it. The photon itself is gone, but what it enabled remains. If you imagine Earth as a system, then sunlight is not just illumination, it is input, continuous, relentless, necessary. Without it, the entire chain of life collapses. Forests would stop growing, oceans would lose balance, atmospheres would change, and life as we know it would slowly fade. But here, inside this single leaf, none of that complexity is visible. Only chemistry, only transformation, only the quiet conversion of light into stored energy. And yet, this is not the end of the journey, because the energy captured here does not stay locked in place. A leaf is not a destination, it is a beginning. An herbivore eats it, a fruit grows from it, it decays into soil. In every path, the energy continues forward, carried through ecosystems like an invisible current, from plant to animal to predator to decomposer, and back into the earth again. And somewhere in that cycle, a human breathes it in. A human thinks with it. A human lives because of it. This is where the photon story becomes something else entirely. It is no longer just a journey through space. It is a journey through life itself. And even though the photon is gone, its influence has only just begun. Because now we move into the part of the story where energy leaves the leaf and enters the living world.
The energy does not stay in the leaf for long. Nothing in nature is designed to stay still. A leaf is eaten, torn, digested, or it falls to the ground and slowly breaks apart, returning to soil. But in every case, the energy inside it continues forward. It does not vanish. It simply changes form. When a small insect eats the leaf, the stored energy becomes movement. When a larger animal eats that insect, the same energy moves again. When a predator hunts that animal, the chain continues, always forward, always transforming. At no point does the original photon exist anymore, but its energy is still present, traveling through biology. This is one of the most overlooked truths about light. It does not just illuminate the world, it powers it.
Every muscle contraction, every heartbeat, every thought in a living brain requires energy that ultimately began as sunlight. Some of that energy entered plants only hours ago. Some of it may have entered leaves days ago. And some of it began its journey inside the sun thousands of years before ever reaching Earth. From plant to herbivore to carnivore to decomposer, the cycle continues without pause. Even when life ends, the energy does not. It returns to the environment. It becomes part of soil, water, air, and eventually new plants begin the process again. Nothing is lost, only redistributed, only reshaped. This is why ecosystems are not collections of separate things. They are loops, circuits, flows of energy moving endlessly through matter.
And somewhere inside that flow, you appear. A human body is not separate from this system. It is part of it. Every bite of food you take carries energy that once came from light. Every meal is sunlight transformed. Even the simplest action, standing up, breathing, thinking, depends on energy that began as a photon inside the sun. But the story does not end in the body, because there is one place where this energy takes on something new. Not movement, not growth, but awareness inside the brain.
At the end of this journey, there is a final transformation. Not in the world outside, but inside you. Every moment you are awake, billions of photons are passing through your eyes. Most of them miss. Most of them scatter. Most of them never become anything meaningful to your perception. But a few, just a few, reach exactly the right place. They enter the cornea, pass through the lens, and land on the retina, a thin layer of cells at the back of your eye. Here, light is no longer light, it becomes signal. When a photon hits a photoreceptor cell, something extraordinary happens. A molecule inside that cell changes shape. That tiny change triggers a cascade of reactions, turning light into electricity. Not electricity like lightning, but microscopic electrical signals carried through neurons, moving instantly toward the brain. This is the moment where the outside world becomes experience. A tree is no longer just a tree, it is an image. A face is no longer just matter, it is recognition. The sky is no longer just scattered light, it is blue. But none of this exists out there in the way we imagine. It is built inside you, from signals, from patterns, from energy that began its journey inside a star. And among all those photons, there is no difference. Each one follows the same laws. Each one carries energy at the same speed. Each one has the same potential. But only a few become part of vision. The moment you see something, you are witnessing the end of a journey that may have lasted longer than human history. A journey that began in nuclear fusion, wandered through the sun, escaped into space, crossed billions of kilometers, and finally collapsed into a single electrical impulse inside your brain. And in that instant, light becomes awareness. But vision is not the only way light shapes your world, because everything you see, every color, every shadow, every sunset, is also a story of photons interacting with matter in different ways. And that is where our journey turns next, to the language of light itself, and why the world looks the way it does. The world does not have color on its own. Color is something that happens when light meets matter. A photon arrives, and the surface it touches decides what becomes of it. Some photons are absorbed, some are reflected, some are scattered, and the ones that return to your eyes are what you experience as color. A clear blue sky is not a surface at all, but the result of sunlight scattering through the atmosphere. Shorter wavelengths scatter more easily, spreading blue light across the entire sky. Sunsets turn red because sunlight travels through more atmosphere at low angles, filtering out the shorter wavelengths, leaving warmer tones behind.
Even a rainbow is not an object in the sky. It is light being bent, reflected, and separated inside tiny droplets of water. Every color you've ever seen is the result of interaction. Never isolation. Light is never just light, it is communication between photons and matter. And the world is simply the result of how that communication unfolds. Snow reflects almost everything. Oceans absorb most light and reflect only a fraction. Metal reflects in sharp, controlled patterns. Skin absorbs and scatters light in complex ways, creating the appearance of life itself. Nothing is random, everything is physics. But to us, it becomes beauty, meaning, emotion. A sunset is not just red light, it is the last long path of sunlight through a thick atmosphere, stretched and filtered before night begins. And as Earth rotates away from the sun, that light begins to fade. The angles change, the photons stop arriving in the same way. And slowly, the world transitions to darkness.
As Earth turns away from the sun, light begins to disappear. Not at once, but gradually, softly, like a breath leaving the world. Shadows stretch across the ground. Colors lose their intensity. Details begin to fade into quiet shapes. And then, the sun slips below the horizon. Night is not the absence of light everywhere. It is simply the absence of direct sunlight in this moment. Photons still exist. They are everywhere, scattered in different directions, reflected from the moon, or absorbed into the atmosphere, or lost into space after missing Earth entirely. But the direct stream that defined the day is gone. The surface of the planet cools. The air changes. Animals begin to shift their behavior. Forests become still. Cities replace sunlight with artificial sources. Tiny controlled versions of the same phenomenon, electric light. Each one powered indirectly by energy that once came from the sun. Even at night, we do not escape sunlight. We only store it, transform it, recreate it. And somewhere far away inside the sun, new photons are already forming, born from fusion, beginning their long, invisible journey. Most of them will never reach Earth. Some will travel for hundreds of thousands of years inside the sun. Others will escape almost immediately, but none of them know what awaits. Night on Earth feels complete, final, still, but in reality, it is only a pause in perception, a temporary turning away from a constant stream. The sun has not stopped. The photons have not ended. Only the connection between them and this side of Earth has shifted. Above the darkened world, space remains unchanged, silent, empty, infinite. And beyond that emptiness, the sun continues to shine, unaware of night, unaware of darkness, only continuing its process as it has for billions of years. And as Earth rotates through darkness, the next sunrise is already being prepared.
Night does not last forever, not because it ends, but because the planet turns, slowly, silently,
without pause. And somewhere on the edge of darkness, the first hint of morning begins. Before the sun is visible, its light already exists. High above the horizon, photons begin scattering through the atmosphere in new ways. The sky shifts from black to deep blue to soft gradients of orange and gold. It feels like something is being created, but nothing is being created in this moment, only revealed. The light was always there. It was simply waiting for Earth to face the right direction again. Inside the sun, the process never stopped. Every second, millions of photons are born, each one beginning its journey in the same violent heart of fusion. Some will wander for thousands of years before escaping. Others will break free almost instantly. Most will never touch anything living, but a few will cross space, reach Earth, and become part of something extraordinary. A leaf, a cloud, an ocean wave, a human eye. Tomorrow morning, when the sun rises again, it will feel ordinary, familiar, almost expected. But that feeling hides something much older. The light touching your face at sunrise may have begun its journey long before recorded history, before cities, before language, before humans existed at all. It may have been trapped inside the sun while glaciers advanced across ancient Earth, while species appeared and disappeared, while continents shifted into their present shape. And now, after a journey that may span hundreds of thousands of years inside a star and only 8 minutes through space, it finally arrives. Not as a memory, not as a story it can tell, but as presence, as warmth, as sight. And somewhere inside that sunrise, there is always another photon, just beginning, lost in the heart of the sun, waiting for its first collision, its first step, its first impossible path outward. And so the story continues, again, and again, and again, because light does not end. It only travels. And now the journey slows, not because it ends, but because it continues everywhere at once. The photon we followed is no longer one thing. It became heat, it became motion, it became life, it became vision. And in doing so, it stopped being separate at all. That is what light always does. It connects, it transforms, it disappears only to reappear somewhere else, inside another surface, another moment, another world. So when you look around you now, nothing you see is truly still. The sunlight in this room may have traveled through space longer than human history. The warmth on your skin may have once passed through ancient skies that no longer exist. Even the light you remember from earlier today is already gone, but its path continues elsewhere, always elsewhere. And tonight, as this story comes to rest, there is nothing left to follow. Only the realization that everything we call light is never truly ending. It is always moving forward into something new. Thank you for being here tonight, for following this journey,
from the heart of the sun, through the silence of space, into oceans, forests, eyes, and finally, into your own awareness. If you are still here, you don't need to hold on to anything from this. Let the thoughts soften. Let everything slow down again.
Have you ever wondered what the oldest part of your body really is? Not your skin, not your bones, not even your heart. Something far smaller and far older. Inside you right now, there are atoms that have existed for billions of years. Long before Earth existed, before the sun formed, before life itself began. They were already there, drifting through darkness, moving between dying stars, becoming part of worlds that no longer exist. And yet, they are still here, inside you. One of those atoms may have passed through ancient oceans, through forests that vanished millions of years ago, even through creatures long gone. And one day, it will leave you and continue its journey again. This is the story of just one of them, one single atom, and the path it has taken across the universe. Because nothing in nature truly belongs anywhere. Everything moves. Everything changes. Everything returns. Atoms do not disappear. They are only rearranged. And in that endless cycle, they carry the history of everything that has ever existed. The carbon inside a leaf may have once been part of a dying star. The carbon inside a mountain may have crossed interstellar space for millions of years. And the carbon inside you has already lived countless lives before this one. Tonight, we follow that journey. Not a civilization, not a planet. One atom through the entire story of the universe. We begin not on Earth, but inside a dying star. Far out in the darkness, a massive star is reaching its final moments.
Long before our sun existed, before Earth, before the Milky Way looked the way it does today, there was another star, far larger than the one that now warms our planet, brighter, hotter, and living a much shorter life. If someone could have watched it from a safe distance, it would have appeared calm, a steady point of light burning quietly against an endless sea of darkness. But beneath that peaceful glow, the universe was performing one of its greatest acts of creation. Inside the star, gravity never rested. Every second, it pulled billions upon billions of tons of matter inward. The deeper you traveled, the more impossible the pressure became. Atoms were squeezed together with a force beyond anything Earth has ever known. Temperatures climbed into millions of degrees. No mountain, no volcano, no explosion in human history comes close to conditions like these. Yet this unbearable pressure served a remarkable purpose. It allowed the universe to create something entirely new. Most of the young universe was astonishingly simple. Almost everything was hydrogen, a little helium, and almost nothing else. There were no forests waiting to grow, no rocky planets, no oceans, no living cells. The ingredients for those things simply did not exist. Not yet. Stars changed that. Deep inside their cores, hydrogen atoms were pushed together. When two of them came close enough, they fused, not collided, not stuck together. They became something different. A tiny amount of matter disappeared, transforming into energy. The very light that escaped the star, the warmth that spread across space, was born from that transformation. For millions of years, then hundreds of millions, the star continued this quiet work. Hydrogen slowly became helium. The star remained stable. Gravity pulled inward. The energy from fusion pushed outward, each force balancing the other, like two hands holding the same fragile world. But nothing in the universe lasts forever. Eventually, the hydrogen near the core began running low. Something changed. Gravity, which had waited all this time, began to win. The core contracted. Pressure increased. Temperatures climbed even higher. Now, helium itself could begin to fuse.
The star entered a new chapter of its life, and with every chapter, it learned to create heavier elements. Helium became carbon. Carbon became oxygen. Oxygen later helped create even heavier elements still. Layer by layer, the star became like a cosmic furnace, forging the building blocks of future worlds. Somewhere within that unimaginable inferno, our atom came into existence. Not with a flash, not with an explosion, simply through nuclear fusion. For the first time, 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons would eventually belong together. A carbon atom had been born. It had no awareness of its creation, no understanding of where it was. It simply existed, surrounded by temperatures hotter than almost anywhere else in the universe. Around it, countless other atoms were being created. Some helium, some neon, some magnesium. Each one destined for a journey of its own. For millions of years, our carbon atom remained trapped inside the star. There was nowhere else to go. The gravity was overwhelming. Nothing escaped. Not even light could leave immediately. A single photon created near the core might spend tens of thousands of years bouncing endlessly through dense stellar material before finally reaching open space. Everything inside the star moved slowly, despite the incredible violence. The atom drifted through currents of unimaginably hot plasma. There were no solids, no liquids, only glowing matter, moving like an endless storm of fire. And still, the star continued aging. Like every living thing, it could not burn forever. With each passing age, its fuel became harder to replace. Each new stage of fusion lasted less time than the one before it. Millions became thousands. Thousands became hundreds. Near the end, some stages lasted only days. The giant had entered the final moments of its life. Deep inside, its structure was changing rapidly. An iron core was beginning to form. Unlike carbon or oxygen, iron offered the star no future. Fusing iron consumed energy instead of releasing it. For the first time, the great furnace stopped supporting itself. The balance that had existed for millions of years began to disappear. Gravity noticed immediately. It had been waiting patiently since the day the star was born. And now there was almost nothing left to hold it back. Our tiny carbon atom, still drifting inside the burning interior, had no way of knowing that everything around it was only moments away from becoming one of the most violent events the universe has ever known. The star that had given it life was about to destroy itself, and in doing so, it would set our atom free. For millions of years, gravity and nuclear fusion had been locked in perfect balance, one pulling inward, the other pushing outward, neither side ever truly winning. That fragile balance had allowed the star to shine across the darkness for an unimaginably long time. But balance in the universe is never permanent. Deep inside the core, iron had become the final chapter. Unlike every element before it, iron could no longer keep the star alive. Fusion stopped producing the energy needed to support the enormous weight pressing down from above. For the first time since the star was born, gravity encountered almost no resistance, and it acted instantly. The core didn't slowly shrink, it collapsed. In less than a second, matter that had spent millions of years suspended in delicate equilibrium was suddenly falling inward at incredible speed. Imagine an entire world collapsing beneath its own weight. Then imagine something even more violent. The center of the star compressed so rapidly that atoms themselves could no longer remain unchanged. Electrons were forced into protons, new particles were born. The core became unimaginably dense, a sphere only a few dozen kilometers across, holding more mass than our own sun. The collapse happened so quickly that the outer layers of the star didn't even know it had begun. For a tiny fraction of time, everything still looked normal from the outside. The brilliant star continued shining, as though nothing had changed. Then, the outer layer struck the collapsed core, and the universe answered with an explosion unlike almost anything else it ever creates. A supernova. Not simply an explosion, but the violent death of a star. For a brief moment, this single star released more energy than billions of ordinary stars shining together. Across vast distances, entire galaxies would have seen its final light. The darkness, so quiet for millions of years, was suddenly flooded with unimaginable brilliance. Shock waves tore through the outer layers of the star. Matter that had spent millions of years locked inside was finally escaping. Carbon, oxygen, silicon, calcium, iron. The ingredients of future planets, future oceans, future forests, future life were scattered into the galaxy. Among them, our tiny carbon atom. For the first time since its birth, it was no longer trapped. It wasn't choosing a direction. It wasn't steering itself. It simply was carried by forces so enormous that choice had no meaning. The star that had given it life had also become the force that released it. As the expanding cloud raced into space, something extraordinary continued happening.
The explosion itself became another factory. For just a few fleeting moments, conditions grew even more extreme than they had been inside the living star. New elements, far heavier than iron, were forged in an instant. Gold, uranium, silver. Many of the rare atoms that would one day become mountains, jewelry, electronics, and even the earth beneath your feet were born during these final moments. The universe had transformed destruction into creation. Our carbon atom drifted outward with countless others. Around it, the brilliant remains of the star expanded like an enormous glowing flower, its petals stretching farther into the darkness with every passing year. If someone had been close enough to witness it, there would have been no sound, only light, an impossible amount of light, because space itself is silent. Even the greatest explosion in the cosmos travels without a single roar. Eventually, the expanding cloud slowed, not because it had reached an edge. There are no walls in space. It slowed because it shared its energy with the thin gas already scattered between the stars. The brilliant cloud gradually faded. Years became centuries. Centuries became thousands of years. The brilliant cloud grew larger, thinner, and colder. Its light slowly disappeared into the vast darkness from which it had emerged. The star was gone. Nothing remained of the world that had forged our atom except a faint expanding nebula and a tiny collapsed core still spinning silently in the distance. But its greatest legacy was no longer the light it had produced. It was the atoms it had given away. Every carbon atom, every oxygen atom, every calcium atom drifting through that cloud carried the possibility of future worlds. Without stars like this, there would never be rocky planets, never be oceans, never be trees, never be animals, never be people wondering where they came from. Our atom had survived the death of its creator. Its journey had only just begun. Ahead lay a darkness so vast that even time itself would begin to lose meaning. For millions of years, there would be no planets beneath it, no oceans around it, no life waiting for it. Only silence. An endless ocean of space, where a single atom could drift longer than human history, longer than civilizations, longer than Earth itself had yet existed. The universe had opened its doors, and there was nowhere to go except everywhere.
Then, everything became quiet. Not in the way we understand it on Earth, not the silence of a sleeping forest or calm ocean before sunrise. This was something far deeper, the kind of silence that exists only in space. Because space has no air, no wind, no waves, nothing to carry sound from one place to another. Our greatest explosion our atom would ever experience was now behind it, and ahead there was only darkness. The cloud left behind by the supernova continued expanding. Year after year, century after century, it grew larger. The atoms that had once been packed tightly inside a blazing star drifted farther apart. Some would never meet again. Others would spend millions of years traveling together. Our carbon atom belonged to neither group for very long. Tiny differences in speed, small encounters with passing gas, and the pull of distant gravity slowly altered its path. Not dramatically,
just enough that over countless ages it found itself traveling alone. If you could somehow shrink yourself to its scale, the emptiness would be impossible to comprehend. There would be no nearby stars filling the sky, no colorful nebulae stretching across the darkness. Those are views we admire through telescopes, compressed into beautiful images. From inside space itself, the distances are almost beyond imagination. Even the nearest neighboring atoms could be separated by vast expanses of emptiness. The universe is far less crowded than it appears from Earth. Time also begins behaving differently, at least from our perspective. For us, 1,000 years feels impossibly long. Entire civilizations rise, change, and disappear in less time than that. Languages evolve, kingdoms crumble, mountains slowly wear away. Yet for the galaxy, 1,000 years is almost nothing. Even 1,000,000 years passes quietly. Our atom drifted onward. It wasn't searching for anything. Atoms don't wander with purpose. They simply follow the laws of nature. Every tiny movement, every subtle change in direction was the result of gravity, motion, and chance. Occasionally, light from distant stars crossed its path. A photon, perhaps thousands of years earlier, would race past at the fastest speed the universe allows. Then it was gone. The darkness returned. Sometimes our atom passed through incredibly thin clouds of hydrogen, cold regions of space where temperatures dropped close to absolute zero, only a few degrees above the coldest temperature physically possible. In those enormous clouds, gravity worked patiently, almost invisibly, slowly gathering tiny pockets of gas together. Not today, not tomorrow, not even within a human lifetime. Gravity never hurries. It simply continues pulling, year after year, million after million. The universe has time, an almost unimaginable amount of it. As our atom drifted, the galaxy around it was changing. Elsewhere, new stars were being born. Old stars were dying. Entire clusters slowly orbited the center of the Milky Way. Nothing remained completely still, not even space itself. Everything moved. Everything changed. Only the pace was different. If human history were compressed into a single heartbeat, our atom's journey through interstellar space would last longer than an entire lifetime of stars. It crossed regions where almost nothing existed, then regions slightly richer with dust and gas. Tiny grains of frozen material floated beside it, microscopic crystals, fragments of older stars, molecules so delicate they would instantly fall apart inside a planet's atmosphere. Here they endured for millions of years. The farther our atom traveled, the colder everything became. Heat, so familiar on Earth, is surprisingly rare in deep space. Away from stars, the universe settles into an endless chill. Almost all the energy from the long-dead supernova had vanished. The brilliant explosion was now little more than memory written into the motion of scattered atoms. And still, our atom continued drifting. No destination, no beginning anymore, only movement. There is something strangely peaceful about this part of its story. Nothing urgent, nothing dramatic, just patience. The universe spends far more time building than destroying. It waits, sometimes for billions of years, because creation at the largest scales cannot be rushed. Then, after ages beyond counting, something changed. It was almost impossible to notice at first. The darkness was still there, the cold remained, but gravity, which had quietly shaped the universe from the very beginning, was beginning another act of creation. Far ahead, an enormous cloud of gas and dust had started collapsing under its own weight, not exploding, not colliding, simply falling inward, very slowly, very gently. Our atom, still carried along by the invisible currents of the galaxy, was drifting toward it, toward a place where countless lonely atoms, each with stories just as ancient, would meet again, not inside the star that had created them, but inside something entirely new, a newborn home that did not yet have a name. One day, it would be called the solar system.
For millions of years, our atom had wandered through the quiet emptiness between the stars, with no destination, no purpose, only motion. Then, almost imperceptibly, its journey began to curve. Not because the atom had changed direction, but because something far away had begun to pull on it. Gravity. The same invisible force that had once compressed a dying star into a brilliant furnace was beginning another story. Far inside one of the Milky Way's spiral arms, an enormous cloud of hydrogen, helium, dust, and ancient stardust had become just dense enough for gravity to take over. No one knows exactly what started it. Perhaps the shock wave from another distant supernova. Perhaps the slow accumulation of matter over millions of years. Whatever the cause, the balance had been broken. The cloud was falling inward, very slowly. At first, almost nothing seemed to happen. The cloud looked cold, dark, almost invisible against the blackness of space. But appearances can be misleading. Across hundreds of trillions of kilometers, countless atoms were moving ever so slightly toward a common center. Not fast, not dramatically, just enough that each passing year, the cloud became a little denser, a little warmer, a little brighter. Gravity is remarkably patient. It doesn't need speed, only time. And time the universe had in abundance. Our carbon atom was among the countless travelers being drawn inward. It passed frozen grains of ice, microscopic crystals, and atoms that once belonged to entirely different stars. Each carried its own history, some older, some younger, but here those histories no longer mattered. Everything was becoming part of something new. As the cloud contracted, it began to spin. Not because someone had set it in motion, but because nearly everything in the universe already carries a little motion. As the cloud shrank, that gentle rotation became faster, much like an ice skater pulling in their arms. The enormous sphere slowly flattened into a vast, rotating disk. At its center, pressure continued building. Temperatures climbed. Millions of atoms collided every second. The darkness that had lasted so long was beginning to glow. A new star was being born. Not suddenly, not with an explosion, but gradually, like a sunrise that takes hundreds of thousands of years. Deep inside the growing center, hydrogen atoms were squeezed closer and closer together. The pressure increased. The temperature climbed into the millions. Then, for the second time in our atom's existence, fusion began. Hydrogen became helium.
Light burst outward. Gravity had found its balance once again. The newborn sun had awakened. Its first light spread across the surrounding disk of dust and gas, illuminating countless particles that had spent millions of years in darkness. Among them, our carbon atom. For the first time since the supernova, it was no longer drifting through empty space. It had become part of a vast construction site. Everywhere around it, tiny dust grains collided. Most bounced apart, some stuck together. Then those clumps collided with others. Pebbles became rocks. Rocks became enormous bodies stretching hundreds of kilometers across. Each collision released heat. Each impact reshaped the growing solar system. It was a surprisingly chaotic beginning. There were no neat orbits yet, no peaceful planets circling quietly. The young solar system was loud in every way except sound. Worlds crashed into one another. Asteroids shattered. Molten rock flowed across newly forming surfaces. Gravity sorted everything relentlessly. Heavy materials drifted inward. Lighter gases spread farther away. The inner solar system became hotter. The outer regions remained cold enough for ice to survive. Our carbon atom, still bound to a tiny fragment of dust, joined countless others in an endless dance of collisions. Sometimes it traveled freely again. Sometimes it became trapped inside growing rocks. Then another collision released it once more. Nothing remained fixed for long. Millions of years passed. The chaos slowly began to give way to order. Near the young sun, one growing world gathered more and more material. With every orbit, its gravity strengthened. Its surface became a global ocean of molten stone. No forests, no oceans, no clouds, only fire. This young planet would eventually become Earth, the place where our carbon story would change forever. At first, it seemed impossible that such a violent world could ever support life. Its surface glowed red, volcanoes erupted constantly, asteroids still struck with tremendous force. The air, if it could even be called air, was thick with volcanic gases. No one standing there could survive even a single breath. And yet, hidden within this chaos lay the possibility of everything to come. Mountains, rivers, trees, birdsong, human voices, even the breath you're taking now. All of it depended on this restless young world slowly cooling. Our carbon atom, still carried by forces far greater than itself, had finally reached a planet. But Earth was not yet ready to welcome it. Not yet. First, the fires would have to fade. The skies would have to change. And for the very first time in its existence, the atom would meet something that had never existed anywhere it had traveled before. Liquid water.
For a very long time, Earth did not look like home. If you could have stood above the young planet, there would have been no blue oceans, no green forests, no white clouds drifting across the sky. Only a restless world, still carrying the heat of its own birth. Rivers of molten rock stretched across the surface. Volcanoes erupted almost constantly. Each eruption released enormous amounts of gas into the atmosphere. Steam, carbon dioxide, nitrogen, sulfur compounds. The air was thick, hot, and completely unbreathable. The sun itself looked different too, slightly dimmer than it does today.
Its light reached a world still searching for balance. Our carbon atom, after drifting through the newborn solar system, had become trapped inside a fragment of cooling rock. For the first time in billions of years, its journey slowed, not because it had reached its destination, but because planets have gravity. Unlike empty space, Earth could hold on to things. The atom remained locked inside solid rock, while the planet around it continued changing. Millions of years passed, then tens of millions. The surface cooled little by little. Not evenly, not peacefully. Massive impacts still shook the young world. Some asteroids brought destruction. Others carried something far more valuable: tiny amounts of water. At the same time, volcanoes released even more water vapor from deep within Earth's interior. Where all of Earth's water came from is still an active area of scientific research. The answer is likely both. Some arrived from space. Some had been locked inside Earth from the beginning. Together, they slowly transformed the planet. As temperatures continued falling, something extraordinary happened. The steam filling the atmosphere could finally condense. Rain began to fall, not for a day, not for a season, but for thousands, perhaps even millions of years. Imagine standing on that ancient Earth, the sky permanently hidden behind dark clouds, lightning flashing across the horizon, rain falling onto still warm volcanic rock, again and again and again. The first oceans were not born all at once. They accumulated drop by drop until valleys filled, basins deepened, and the planet that had once glowed red began turning blue. Our carbon atom remained inside its rocky shelter, watching none of this. Atoms don't observe, they simply become part of whatever the universe builds around them. Yet its surroundings were changing in remarkable ways. Water seeped into tiny cracks in the rocks, minerals dissolved, new chemical reactions began. The once barren crust slowly weathered under endless rainfall. Eventually, the rock holding our atom fractured. A small piece broke away, carried by flowing water. For the first time since leaving the dying star, our atom entered a liquid world, the ocean. Everything here was different. Water surrounded it from every direction. Sunlight reached only the upper layers. Below, the sea stretched into darkness. The young oceans were not like today's, rich in dissolved minerals, warmer, more acidic, still shaped by constant volcanic activity beneath the waves. Gigantic hydrothermal vents released hot, mineral-rich fluids from deep inside the planet. These chimneys created places where chemistry became unusually complex. Across the ancient oceans, countless molecules drifted together, separated, collided again. No one knows the exact path that led from simple chemistry to the first living cells. It remains one of science's greatest mysteries. But we know this: without liquid water, it could not have happened. Water wasn't simply a place where life appeared. It made life possible. It allowed molecules to meet, to react, to exchange energy, to build structures that would eventually copy themselves. Our carbon atom, after billions of years of drifting through stars, space, dust, and stone, was now surrounded by the very environment where something entirely new was beginning. Not a planet, not a star, but life. The first living organisms were astonishingly simple, tiny cells far smaller than anything visible to the human eye. They had no eyes, no brains, no bones, no leaves, no roots, no heartbeat, and yet they possessed something the universe had never created before: the ability to reproduce, to pass information forward, to change, to evolve. At first, our carbon atom remained outside these primitive cells, drifting through seawater, becoming part of dissolved carbon compounds, leaving them again. Its journey had become a cycle rather than a straight line, entering, leaving, returning, again and again. The oceans had become a vast laboratory. Every wave, every tide, every volcanic vent, every shallow shoreline offered new opportunities for chemistry to grow more complex. Millions of years passed, then tens of millions. Life slowly spread, not quickly. Evolution almost never moves quickly. It experiments, it fails, it tries again. The Earth was no longer just a planet of rock and water. It had become a living world. And somewhere within those ancient seas, our carbon atom was about to become part of something it had never experienced before. Not a mineral, not a cloud, not a star, but a living cell. A tiny beginning from which every forest, every whale, every bird, and every human being would eventually descend.
For almost 4 billion years, life remained small, tiny, invisible to the naked eye. If you had looked across Earth's oceans then, you would have seen nothing unusual. No forests, no fish, no coral reefs, no birds crossing the sky. The planet appeared almost empty. And yet, beneath the surface, it was becoming more alive with every passing million years. The first cells were astonishingly simple. They drifted with the currents, absorbing energy wherever they could find it. Some survived, many did not. Evolution had no destination, only countless experiments played out across unimaginable stretches of time. Our carbon atom, which had spent billions of years inside stars, rocks, and oceans, finally became part of one of those microscopic cells. For the first time in its existence, it was woven into something living. Not permanently. Nothing in nature is permanent, but long enough to become part of a process that would transform an entire planet. The cell absorbed carbon from the water surrounding it. Our atom became part of a simple organic molecule. Then another. Tiny chemical reactions, each one powered by energy flowing through the cell. Nothing dramatic happened. No flash of light. No great turning point. Just chemistry. Quiet, patient, remarkably precise. The atom had entered a world unlike any it had known before. Inside the cell, everything was organized. Molecules moved with purpose. Membranes separated one reaction from another. Energy was captured, stored, used. The universe had spent billions of years creating stars. Now it was beginning to create biology.
Generation after generation, our carbon atom passed from one cell to another. Sometimes it remained for only a few hours, sometimes much longer. Cells divided, some died. Their contents returned to the ocean. Other cells absorbed those same atoms again. Nothing was wasted. Even then, the carbon cycle had already begun. Millions of years slipped quietly by. Then, one of evolution's greatest innovations appeared. A new group of tiny organisms discovered something extraordinary. Instead of relying only on chemical energy, they began capturing sunlight itself. Photosynthesis. It may sound like a simple word, but it changed the history of Earth forever. Using light from the young sun, these microscopic organisms combined water and carbon dioxide to build sugars. Our carbon atom, floating through ancient seawater as carbon dioxide, was pulled into one of these remarkable cells. For the first time, sunlight became part of its journey. A photon, having traveled more than 150 million kilometers from the sun, struck a tiny green pigment inside the cell. That energy, captured in an instant, helped transform carbon dioxide into sugar. Our atom, which had once been forged in the heart of a dying star, was now helping store energy from another star. The process seemed almost poetic. Starlight, captured by life, using atoms born inside older stars. The universe had become beautifully connected. Photosynthesis produced something else as well, a gas that had previously been rare in Earth's atmosphere: oxygen. At first, it seemed insignificant. The oxygen immediately reacted with dissolved iron in the oceans. Rust formed beneath the waves, layer after layer. For millions of years, Earth quietly buried enormous quantities of iron oxide. Even today, those ancient rocks remain one of the oldest records of this transformation. Eventually, there was more oxygen than iron could absorb. The excess escaped into the atmosphere. Very slowly, the sky itself began changing. Most of the organisms already living on Earth had never encountered oxygen before. To many of them, it was poisonous. Entire ecosystems disappeared. Others adapted. Evolution once again began experimenting. Our carbon atom did not witness any of this directly. It simply continued moving through life, from one microscopic organism to another, into the sea, back into living cells, again and again. With each cycle, life became slightly more complex. Single cells learned to cooperate. Colonies became organisms. Time, almost unimaginably slowly, was building something extraordinary. Hundreds of millions of years passed. The oceans filled with increasingly diverse forms of life. Some developed soft bodies, others protective shells. Then came creatures that could swim with purpose, the first simple predators, the first hunters, the first escapes. Life had become a story of movement. Our atom traveled through this growing web of existence. It became part of tiny algae, then drifting plankton, then creatures that consumed them. Sometimes it remained inside a living body for minutes, sometimes for decades. Death no longer ended the journey. It simply opened another path. Every organism returned its atoms to the world. Nothing truly vanished. Nothing truly belonged to any single creature. Everything was borrowed. Everything was shared. As the ages passed, life prepared for another enormous leap. The oceans, which had cradled living things for billions of years, would no longer be enough. Soon, green life would begin climbing on bare rock. The empty continents, silent since the birth of Earth, were about to change forever. And our ancient carbon atom would be there to help build the first forests the world had ever known.
For most of Earth's history, life had stayed close to water. It had no choice. The land was harsh, dry, unforgiving. Sunlight hit the surface without protection. Temperatures shifted violently between day and night, and there was no soil yet in the way we understand it today, only bare rock shaped by wind and time. But life never stops trying. Some organisms began to edge closer to the shoreline, not all at once, not as a single breakthrough, but as countless small experiments, each one slightly bolder than the last. At first, they only survived near the edges of water, where moisture still lingered in cracks, where tides still reached, where life could retreat if conditions became too extreme. Our carbon atom, carried inside simple living organisms, began to move with them, from open ocean to shallow pools to wet mineral surfaces exposed to air. Each transition was temporary at first, a brief visit to a dangerous world, then a return, then another attempt. Over millions of years, some organisms adapted. They learned to protect themselves from drying out. They developed stronger outer layers. They learned to hold water inside their bodies. And slowly, the land stopped being impossible. It became habitable. The first plants did not look like anything familiar today. There were no tall trunks, no leaves reaching toward the sky, only simple green structures hugging the ground, spreading thin across damp stone. But even this small change transformed the planet, because once life stepped onto land, it did not stay small for long. The atmosphere above it was rich in carbon dioxide. The sun's light reached every surface, and there was no competition waiting. On land, life had space to expand. Our carbon atom became part of these early land plants, absorbed through simple chemical exchange, moved into basic cellular structures, then rearranged into growing tissues. Once again, it was part of photosynthesis. Once again, sunlight became stored energy inside living matter. But this time, something was different. The environment was no longer stable water. It was air, wind, exposure, change. Plants adapted. They grew stronger structural support. They developed ways to transport water upward, from the ground to their upper surfaces. Slowly, over vast stretches of time, plants began to rise. At first, only a few centimeters tall, then larger, then taller still.
What we would eventually recognize as forests began to appear, not modern forests, but ancient versions of them, dense, strange, and unfamiliar. Some of the earliest forests looked more like giant mosses and primitive tree-like plants, but to Earth, this was a revolution. For the first time, large amounts of carbon were being pulled from the atmosphere and locked into living structures on land. Our carbon atom became part of these early land plants, absorbed through simple chemical exchange, moved into basic cellular structures, then rearranged into growing tissues. Once again, it was part of photosynthesis. Once again, sunlight became stored energy inside living matter. But this time, something was different. The environment was no longer stable water. It was air, wind, exposure, change. Plants adapted. They grew stronger structural support. They developed ways to transport water upward, from the ground to their upper surfaces. Slowly, over vast stretches of time, plants began to rise. At first, only a few centimeters tall, then larger, then taller still. What we would eventually recognize as forests began to appear, not modern forests, but ancient versions of them, dense, strange, and unfamiliar. Some of the earliest forests looked more like giant mosses and primitive tree-like plants, but to Earth, this was a revolution. For the first time, large amounts of carbon were being pulled from the atmosphere and locked into living structures on land. Our carbon atom became part of these early land plants, absorbed through simple chemical exchange, moved into basic cellular structures, then rearranged into growing tissues. Once again, it was part of photosynthesis. Once again, sunlight became stored energy inside living matter. But this time, something was different. The environment was no longer stable water. It was air, wind, exposure, change. Plants adapted. They grew stronger structural support. They developed ways to transport water upward, from the ground to their upper surfaces. Slowly, over vast stretches of time, plants began to rise. At first, only a few centimeters tall, then larger, then taller still. What we would eventually recognize as forests began to appear, not modern forests, but ancient versions of them, dense, strange, and unfamiliar. Some of the earliest forests looked more like giant mosses and primitive tree-like plants, but to Earth, this was a revolution. For the first time, large amounts of carbon were being pulled from the atmosphere and locked into living structures on land. Our carbon atom became part of these early land plants, absorbed through simple chemical exchange, moved into basic cellular structures, then rearranged into growing tissues. Once again, it was part of photosynthesis. Once again, sunlight became stored energy inside living matter. But this time, something was different. The environment was no longer stable water. It was air, wind, exposure, change. Plants adapted. They grew stronger structural support. They developed ways to transport water upward, from the ground to their upper surfaces. Slowly, over vast stretches of time, plants began to rise. At first, only a few centimeters tall, then larger, then taller still. What we would eventually recognize as forests began to appear, Not modern forests, but ancient versions of them, dense, strange, and unfamiliar. Some of the earliest forests looked more like giant mosses and primitive tree-like plants, but to Earth, this was a revolution. For the first time, large amounts of carbon were being pulled from the atmosphere and locked into living structures on land. Our carbon atom became part of these early land plants, absorbed through simple chemical exchange, moved into basic cellular structures, then rearranged into growing tissues. Once again, it was part of photosynthesis. Once again, sunlight became stored energy inside living matter. But this time, something was different. The environment was no longer stable water. It was air, wind, exposure, change. Plants adapted. They grew stronger structural support. They developed ways to transport water upward, from the ground to their upper surfaces. Slowly, over vast stretches of time, plants began to rise. At first, only a few centimeters tall, then larger, then taller still. What we would eventually recognize as forests began to appear. Not modern forests, but ancient versions of them, dense, strange, and unfamiliar. Some of the earliest forests looked more like giant mosses and primitive tree-like plants. But to Earth, this was a revolution. For the first time, large amounts of carbon were being pulled from the atmosphere and locked into living structures on land. Our carbon atom became part of these early land plants, absorbed through simple chemical exchange, moved into basic cellular structures, then rearranged into growing tissues. Once again, it was part of photosynthesis. Once again, sunlight became stored energy inside living matter.
There was a time when Earth felt almost endless, not because it was larger, but because life had finally filled it. Forests stretched across continents. Oceans teemed with movement. The air itself carried the evidence of billions of years of transformation. And then the giants arrived. Not suddenly, not as a single event, but through a long and patient evolution that slowly shaped some of the most remarkable creatures the planet has ever known. Some walked on land, others ruled the seas, and above them all, the world continued its quiet cycles of birth, life, and return. Our carbon atom had already experienced countless forms of existence. Inside stars, inside oceans, inside the first fragile cells of life, inside plants that reached toward sunlight. Now it became part of animals. Not once, but many times. Sometimes inside soft-bodied creatures drifting through ancient seas, where currents carried entire ecosystems across vast underwater landscapes. Sometimes inside early fish, their bodies moving with purpose for the first time in Earth's history. And eventually inside creatures that stepped onto land with growing confidence. The first large animals on land were not yet the towering giants we imagine today, but they were significant. They shaped ecosystems simply by existing, eating plants, hunting smaller organisms, competing for survival. Every movement of life, every breath, every heartbeat kept the carbon cycle in motion.
Our atom traveled through muscle tissue, then into bone-like structures, then into soft organs that allowed animals to sense the world around them. Eyes began to appear. Not perfect at first, but enough to detect light and shadow, movement and stillness. Life had begun to perceive itself. As millions of years passed, the diversity of life exploded. Some lineages grew enormous, others remained small and hidden, but one group would eventually define an entire era: the reptiles. From them, some of the largest creatures ever to walk the earth would emerge: dinosaurs. They were not just one type of animal, but thousands of different species, some no larger than chickens, others stretching longer than city buses. Some walked on 2 legs, others on 4. Some were predators, others grazed on ancient forests. Our carbon atom became part of this world too. Inside massive plant-eating dinosaurs, it traveled through vast digestive systems, breaking down plant matter that had once captured sunlight millions of years earlier. Inside predators, it became part of fast-moving muscle, fueling bursts of speed and power. And inside the plants they ate, it continued its endless return to the earth. Nothing about this cycle paused. Everything fed into everything else. Life had become a vast, interconnected system, constantly recycling the same fundamental building blocks: carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen. These same atoms rearranged endlessly into new forms. Across millions of years, dinosaurs dominated the planet. Forests adapted around them. Oceans continued their slow chemistry, and the atmosphere remained stable enough to support this long age. But even dominance does not last forever. Deep in space, far beyond Earth's awareness, events were already unfolding that would change everything. The universe had not finished shaping life. It was only waiting. Then, without warning in geological terms, a new visitor arrived: an asteroid. It was not large on cosmic standards, but it was large enough to reshape a planet. It traveled silently through space until Earth's gravity pulled it in. And in a moment that would mark the end of an era, it struck. The impact released energy beyond imagination. Not just fire, not just destruction, but a global transformation. Shock waves traveled across continents. Skies filled with dust and debris. Sunlight was blocked. Temperatures dropped. And slowly, the age of dinosaurs began to end. Our carbon atom, still inside living matter at that time, was carried through this catastrophe like everything else. Some organisms survived, many did not. Life did not disappear. It adapted, once again, because adaptation is what life does best. Forests regrew, new species emerged. Small mammals began to rise from the shadows. Creatures that had lived quietly beneath the dominance of giants now had space to grow. The world was resetting itself, not to emptiness, but to possibility. And through all of it, the atom continued its journey, unbroken, unlost, still moving through the endless cycle of life and return. Because even extinction events do not end the story of matter. They only change its direction. And ahead, the planet was preparing for something entirely new. A world no longer ruled by giants, but by intelligence, by awareness, by a species that would one day look back and try to understand everything that came before it, without knowing that the answer was already inside them.
After the world cooled, after the dinosaurs disappeared, after forests reshaped themselves again and again, Earth did not slow down. It kept evolving, quietly, relentlessly. New ecosystems formed, new species appeared, some small, some complex, some highly adaptable. Among them, a branch of life began developing something unusual. Not strength, not speed, but awareness. At first, it was subtle, a slightly more advanced way of sensing danger, a better memory, a more flexible way of solving problems. Nothing that would suggest where it was going. But evolution rarely announces its direction in advance. It simply continues experimenting. And over time, that experimentation led to a species that could think about time itself. Humans. By the time our carbon atom reached this chapter of its journey, Earth had already become familiar with cycles of life and death. But something new was happening now. For the first time, a species was beginning to understand those cycles, not just live inside them, but observe them. Our atom entered human life in the most ordinary way possible, through food, through air, through water, through the same biological pathways that had existed for hundreds of millions of years. One day, it became part of a plant, then part of a grain, then part of a simple meal consumed by early humans. Inside the human body, nothing about it was special at first. It became part of glucose molecules, then entered the bloodstream, carried silently through vessels that stretched across the entire body. The heart moved it forward with every beat. The lungs changed its chemical companions with every breath. The brain, without knowing anything about its origin, used the energy derived from it to sustain thought, memory, awareness. Every cell in the human body relies on carbon, not as a symbol, not as meaning, but as structure, as chemistry, as life itself. Our atom became part of muscle tissue, then part of skin, then part of a neuron, a cell inside the brain that may have contributed to a thought, a feeling, a moment of awareness that would never be repeated in exactly the same way again. For the first time in its existence, the atom was inside something that could reflect on existence itself. Not the atom, but the system it was part of, humans. And through humans, the universe began to notice itself, not metaphorically, but physically, because every thought, every question, every attempt to understand where everything came from was happening inside matter that once was forged in stars. The same carbon that once drifted alone in interstellar space now formed the structure of curiosity, of language, of memory. The atom did not experience this. It had no awareness, but the arrangement it became part of did. And that arrangement, you, are now reading these words, breathing, thinking, existing.
At this exact moment, billions of atoms inside your body are doing what they have always done, moving, reacting, rearranging. Most of them were never yours in any permanent sense. They were borrowed from the earth, from the oceans, from ancient forests, from dinosaurs, from stars that no longer exist. Even the air you just inhaled may have passed through countless living beings before reaching you. There is no separation between your body and the world around it, only exchange, only flow. Our atom is part of that flow now, inside you, and yet it will not remain here forever. Nothing does. Cells die. New cells replace them. Food becomes energy. Energy becomes motion. Motion becomes heat, and heat returns to the environment. Eventually, every atom moves on. This is not loss, it is continuity. The same cycle that began inside a dying star still continues today, and it will continue long after this moment ends, because nothing in the universe is ever truly finished, only transformed.
Nothing in the universe stays still. Not stars, not planets, not life, and not you. Even now, as this story reaches its final chapter, the atom at the center of it all is not resting. It is moving, changing, leaving, entering, being rebuilt into something new. Inside your body, cells are constantly being replaced. Old ones break down, new ones take their place. Skin you had a few months ago is not the same skin you have now. Even parts of your bones slowly rebuild over time, at a rate so gradual you never notice it happening. But it is happening. Always. Our carbon atom, which has traveled through dying stars, silent space, forming planets, ancient oceans, forests older than memory, and living bodies across billions of years, is still part of that cycle. Maybe it is in a breath you just took. Maybe in a molecule of sugar being used for energy. Maybe in a memory forming inside a neuron. But even now, it is not fixed, because nothing ever is. At some point, this atom will leave the body it is part of, not dramatically, not with any sign, just as it always has, through time, through transformation, through exchange. It may enter the air again, become part of a plant, join a tree that will stand for centuries, be carried by wind across continents, fall into the ocean, sink into deep water, be lifted again into the atmosphere, and continue, without pause, without awareness, without end. If there is a lesson hidden inside this journey, it is not that everything is connected. That much is already obvious. It is that nothing belongs to anything permanently, not even life. Life is simply a temporary arrangement of atoms that have always been in motion and will always remain in motion. Stars die, but their atoms continue. Planets change, but their matter remains. Organisms live, but their building blocks return. Even time itself does not hold things still. It only guides their transformation. The universe is not a collection of objects, it is a process. And you are part of that process right now. As you exist, as you breathe, as you listen, you are not separate from the story you just heard. You are one of its current expressions.
And one day, long after this moment, the atoms inside you will continue their journey elsewhere, not as you, but as something new, something unknown, something waiting to become part of another story. So as this journey comes to rest, there is no real ending, only a pause in narration. The atoms continue, the universe continues, and somewhere another story is already beginning, one that has not yet been told and may never be told the same way twice. The atom inside you is older than every mountain you can see, older than every ocean that moves across this planet, older than the earth itself. It has never belonged to anything, not a place, not a moment, not even a life. It has only moved from one form to another, quietly, without ever stopping, and it will keep doing so. Long after this night ends, long after this voice is gone, long after we are no longer here to think about it, it will still be traveling, through air, through water, through forests that haven't grown yet, through oceans that don't exist yet, through worlds that are still waiting to be formed, becoming part of everything and nothing in particular, as it always has. Now, as you let this settle, there is nothing more to follow. No final destination, only continuation. If you're listening before sleep, let the weight of the day fade gently. Let thoughts slow. Let the mind drift. And let everything that has been building in silence softly release. Breathe in slowly and out again. The universe is still moving, but for now, you do not need to. And that's where we leave this journey. Not because it ends, but because it continues without us watching. A single atom, carried through stars that died long before Earth existed, through silent space where time moves without sound, through oceans that were once fire, through forests that rose and fell like breathing lungs of the planet, and finally, through life itself, all the way into you. Not as something special, not as something separate, but as part of the same endless exchange that has been happening since the beginning of everything. Nothing was ever truly created from nothing, and nothing ever truly disappears. It only changes form, moves on, becomes something else. If there is anything to take from this story, it is simply this: you are not outside the universe watching it happen. You are one of the ways it happens. Thank you for being here tonight, for staying with this journey from the heart of a dying star to the quiet reality of your own breath. If you are still awake, you don't need to do anything with these thoughts. Let them settle. Let them fade. Let them become lighter as time passes. For a while now, the soundscape will continue softly in the background. Brown noise and gentle sleep ambiance, slowly holding the space as everything quiets down. No narration, no direction, just space to rest. Good night, and rest well. The universe continues its journey, and so do you.